Drivers, you see a lot right there says no parking. No parking, truckers. No parking, my friends. But look at you. Look at you. What's this cat doing? He gonna scale it, ain't he? He gonna scale a flatbed load for real? He going around scale like he does. All right. That's a madhouse in here now. Come on, Clayton, get out of here. Get out of here, Clayton. Some of us want a truck and we got a long way to go in a short time to get there. So we got to do what they say can't be done. Go on, Clayton, get out of here. Nobody wants you here. There you go, Clayton. There you go. Get it back on the big road. Get it back on the big road, Rajo. This cat right here was in the lead, so we're going to let him have it because that's what you call respect. R-E-S-P-E-C-T. Find out what that means to you. Come on, drivers. Man, I hope they're going northbound, not southbound. Come on. Come on, hope they're going northbound. They should be, I think. I know where they're at. I used to work there years ago. Years ago. Good company to work for now, eh? Good company. I got fired, though. I ended up going to jail and I lost my job. I was young. I was a roofer. Oh, your son's a DJ? That's cool. My son is a first grade student at elementary school. I wouldn't know how to DJ. Kudos to your son. I'm a duck diver. Hang on, let me fix the camera up. Try to leave it a little tilted so you can see a little bit more besides the back of the trailer. Man, this place is busy. Goodness. Great day to be alive. I know the sun's still shining even though it's cloudy. I just now got my cup of ambition. I'm telling you. Been a slow morning. Gears. Tired of a turn right there. What's he doing? Be doing some trucking now, I'm telling you. Welcome back, Tim. Sydney. Great afternoon, Gunner. Alright, let's turn the jakes back on. Seems like a little traffic jam right here because them oversized, open those double wides. I bet they're going to Alabama. They'll be taking 24. Zoom in a little, y'all like it like that, or how you like it? Just tell me how do you want it, or how's that? How do you want it? How does it feel? Coming up as a trucker in the fast lane. Why are we seeing red? We want to see green. How's everybody doing today? Danny, what are you into today, brother? I'm going to be super tired by the end of this stream. If we don't lose it, which this is the first one of the day, so if we lose it, we got one more we can do. I don't see us losing it. We did going down Ray's neck of the woods. We headed down by Orlando, Florida. We just left out not that long ago, really. I stopped twice already, and I don't stop like that. But I had a phone call. I had the webinar I had to attend. And then it took forever to get unloaded this morning. I woke up at 6 o'clock, and then I hung out, twiddled my thumbs for about 2 hours. Then finally started to get unloaded a little after 8. I got out there about 9:30. So it's been a very slow day, so when we get down here really late, probably realistically 10:30. Then I gotta get up, get unloaded. Then I won't be able to leave till probably 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, which sucks. Come on, y'all, get on it now. Come on, who's the one going 25 under the speed limit? What's up, Tim? How are you, bud? Give them a little bit more space. I crossed the line, you know. Give them a little bit more space. put my caps back on with fuel tanks. I'm pretty sure it did. Somebody let me know. Every time I've done that, somebody's always let me know. Like, they'll be pointing at my tanks like, oh, thanks, thumbs up, thank you. Hey, brother, you left your fuel cap off your 100-gallon tanks back there. I'm like, oh, thanks. Appreciate it. Don't want the EPA on us. Them some pilot drivers, buddy. Like 4 of them. Y'all smash that like button. Show it who's boss, or let it be your boss. Come on, let's get him. He's a little bit over here, son. He must be new. Get on the rumble strip, get around him, son, I tell you. I guess sooner or later they're going to be widening 75 in Tennessee, buddy, because it becomes a clutter. Not anymore. If you got to travel, you need to travel at nighttime to get anywhere. Too many people on the road. Everybody allegedly broke, you know, but I mean, there's plenty of people on the road. Everything on the interstate's a little bit more expensive, so they got a little money. So what's really going on? Definitely got to have a little bit of pocket change to be traveling on the interstate. 25 miles off the interstate, fuel would be like $2.22. On the interstate, it'd be like $2.80 a gallon. That's price gouging. That's illegal, but somehow they still get away with it. I don't understand it either, so don't ask me any questions about it. But who would really enforce that anyway? I mean, the police know about it, and they don't do anything about it. Come on, y'all, pass the pilot driver. Pass it. Come on. Pass him, man. Pass him. I think it's that van. Let's see if we look around. Oh, yeah, it's just him. Car at Nissan way up there. See that? I don't know if y'all can see it or not. All right, man, you got him. Go, 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 man. Get over, man. Get over, man. Come on, man. Cray. Oh, you just plain dope ignorant. Yep, I think you ignorant. Right, there you go, there you go. All right, let's hammer down. Go, Nissan Central. At least past the van. Oh, man, this cup of coffee is like going through me. I got some pep in my step. Get coming out of K-Town. I've got a hole in the wall up here. See if anybody's sitting in there. Smokey sitting there. You there, Smokey? No, sir. Smokey not there today. All right. See how much traffic back there behind me. Get over there, a couple of them through before we catch this truck. Won't take long to catch it. Oh, it's that van back there. I ain't gonna worry about nothing. take one for the team. And he's not there. Smokey not here. All right. Come on, Chattanooga. Because we're going back to Florida. I can't wait to get on the road. Driving trucks with my friends. And I can't wait to get off the road again. We are not the best of friends. Now, for the paint off that sucker. It's King Sam, son. Every dollar spent by us is a dollar for the takers. Oh yeah, they'll take that dollar. I tell you what, you can donate $1 to the channel, I'll take it, but YouTube takes 30% off the top. So that leaves me with 70 cents. What's up? I said, what is up? You know, paint off that little minivan right there. Hey man, have y'all ever seen those new minivans lately? Like, the minivans have got it going on. The new ones anyway. You remember the old ones back in the 90s and stuff? Man, those were bombers. But these new minivans, buddy, they got bunches of storage space. I'd say, though, the transmissions are still crap in them. You know, like the RAV4, these little minivan Odysseys, transmissions, terrible. Even in the older model Equinoxes, like the 2017, 2018. But you can get a new Equinox, they've really worked out the kinks in the transmission. Unless you just accidentally bought one, didn't know the transmission's already messed up in a brand new car, because that does happen. All-wheel drive optional. That car, I was going to get over for you. Come on, Carl. Come on, Carl. Pass him. Come on, Carl. Hammer down, girl. Hammer down. Coming out of the Buckeye State. Driving that little Honda Pilot. Look at it go. All-wheel drive. All-wheel drive is almost like four-wheel drive. I mean, it's similar, but it really is not the same. It is not. Four-wheel drive is better. Although all-wheel drive is okay, it is, and it does work. But it doesn't quite work like an actual four-wheel drive. All-wheel drive, just all the tires spin. Front wheel, if you buy a car, you can't afford a four-wheel drive or whatever, or you don't need one depending on where you live at. And especially, any state really, but if you live in an area where it's snow and you don't have a four-wheel drive and you need another vehicle, at least buy a front-wheel drive. Not a rear-wheel drive. Never. I actually do not condone buying a rear-wheel drive vehicle ever, if you can help it. Unless you get some crazy deal and you can't resist it. And that's like Lincoln, Lincoln, they got some nice vehicles, man. Lincoln does. They manufacture nice is, they've done away with their V8 engines. And so, like, you know, I can't remember what it was, that Lincoln Navigator or something, Lincoln Navigator. Nice ride, you know, nice SUV. You know, for a V8, it was like 70, 80,000. So what they've done is they've taken them out the V8 and they're adding a V6 in it and selling it for the same exact price. And then they're advertising it as a deal. That ain't no deal. And people are not, you know, I mean, I'm not saying that this is everybody, but there's people that are not knowledgeable in that sector, and they don't really know any better, and they don't think to ask somebody that does, like a good friend, or like, you know, well, you know, Gunner knows a little bit about cars. What's he think about paying $90,000 for a Lincoln Navigator V6 engine in it? I'd say absolutely not, unless you are, you know, better off financially, and it doesn't really matter then, you know. Because ain't no way I'm paying $70,000, $80,000, $90,000 for a V6. You can have it. You need to boycott Lincoln for doing such a thing. Got the twin turbo V6s. Like, what's wrong with you? Hey, is that, what year is it, 2014? Is that those, man, what they call those? They got them seats in them, like, remember the old ones? I tell you, if it's one of these, that's 240,000 miles, goodness gracious, you could probably get a better deal than 6,500, Danny. But if it's one of those vans, you know, it's got that short nose on it, it can haul like 10 people, got a bed in there, got those nice, very comfortable seats that swivel. You know, the vans back in the day, you know, like in the 80s, I can't remember what they call those now. I was just looking at them about a month ago, I cannot remember, because I was going to buy me one. What did they call those? So, Danny, you're older than I am, I think, so what was those vans called? They're specifically made for, you know, several people, and, you know, very comfortable, and just, you know, road trip style, you know. And I believe GMD made a bunch of them. But you should, I think, I mean, from what I'm seeing, I think you should be able to get a better deal than 6,500. I mean, I think you should be able to get that for, if you had cash in hand, you could probably get it for $4. Guarantee it, just about guarantee it. But I mean, that 240,000 miles concerns me. Might have to do a little research. I'm not so sure on the mileage on those vehicles, but that's a lot of miles. $6,500. I don't know about that. But I'm not very knowledgeable on it. You gotta do your own research. You don't listen to me 100%. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to look out for my fan base. Well, you ain't my fan base. Y'all are my friends. You ain't my fans. My friends. We're friends. Because you got a friend. Anyway. Alright, we almost chatted. Doing good, as long as Smoking Bears ain't out here. Yeah, you should do a little research on that. Check it out. I mean, that's worth checking out. Cash in hand. You can negotiate if you got some money in hand, but I mean, don't just show up to some random dude's place with $6,500 and try to negotiate, you know what I'm saying? At least have a couple people with you or something. Or at least have your 90210 piece. Just in case. No seats or windows. Delivery van, transport van. Oh, it's a transport van. It ain't got no seats or windows. Okay. You gonna make it like a livable van? You gonna put a bed in there and stuff? There's a lot of people that do that. I had an uncle that done stuff like that. He just lived in a van. I'd do it if I didn't have a family, you know. I gotta tell y'all, I don't care what anybody thinks about me. You either like me or you hate me, and it doesn't make a difference to me really, because I can't please everybody. Hi, Maluka. I have no idea. Oh, you said no seats or windows delivery van, transport van. No, it's not a transport van. No, a transport van is like a, you know, a van where like you have to have in order to have like 15 people in it, you got to have a passenger's endorsement. So you wouldn't need that. Transport vans, they got windows and stuff. They got rows of seats in it. Man, what is the name of those vans? Intercontinental or something? I think that's like the actual name to the make or something. Man, I looked it up. Maybe got just like the older travel vans or something. They had the seats up front. The transmission ran down the center, the front seats, and the back of the engine, you know. And you know what I'm talking about? Had those armrests, and back behind the driver's seat, the passenger seat, they had those nice big like thick cushion seats that had armrests. You could swivel them back behind you, or to the left of the person beside you, and to the back of the people sitting on the couch or the van back there. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. What did they call those vans? You know, they're kind of tall. They're like, you know, like 7 foot something tall. Sweet vans to go on road trips in, real nice. And it doesn't matter how old it is, they're comfortable. We used to pile up in one of them and go down to Myrtle Beach back in the day. Like, all right, let's get the van. That's the only time we used it. Get the van, go on a road trip, go up to Indiana, go to the beach, go down to Florida. Just take that van. Be a whole bunch of us in there. And we always had a DD, so we'd be in there drinking, and everybody be drinking with the driver. We just have a good old time. And that was years ago. Sometimes I gotta remind myself how old I am. But if it's one of those vans, Danny, and they got the seats or windows in it, these vans got windows and seats and stuff. They ain't got all the seats. I definitely would not pay $6,500 for it. And especially the 240,000 miles. Yeah, he's a salesman. The van was at the shop. Get it working. Oh, you've been looking to get a luxury van, camper, RV. I think they might refer to them as like luxury vans. We might see one out here on the road. If I see one, I'll try to capture it. you don't see them that often. And a lot of people, if they own them, they won't come off of them. And when they do, they ask, you know, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. But for that price, I'm sure you got negotiating room right now. I'm pretty sure. I don't know the market on those vans right now, so I couldn't really tell you. I'm sure like they're not in high demand. But if you get your hands on one, I'd try to buy it. As long as you can get, you know, a reasonable price on it. But I think 6,500 is a little bit too steep. You know, considering the age of it, considering the 240,000 miles, and I don't know about that. You know, and you ain't going to know the maintenance that's been done to it over the years. And it's probably 25 years old, 30 years old. It's an antique, most likely. Go to that guy and be like, I got $3,800 cash in $100 bills. He might then say Ford, done deal. But again, like I said, I don't know the market on that stuff, but I definitely would not just flat out pay $6,500 for it. You gotta do a little bit of research on this. I mean, in all reality, I mean, I could be wrong. It might be worth $6,500, bottom dollar. You know, I don't know. I'm coming into Chattanooga here shortly, and no, I ain't going into South Carolina. I'm not going that way. I mean, you almost had me. Most of the time I go that way on 26, South Carolina, all the way down to 95, and then I'll fly on down to Miami. But we ain't going to Miami today. We're going to Orlando, a place called Popka, outside of Orlando. Going to Howie in the Hills. There's a place there called Howie in the Hills. It's nice. It'll be dark by the time we get there, but you'll be able to see it tomorrow morning when we leave out of there, and y'all can see this place. It's pretty nice, especially if you can get there in the evening. Howie in the Hills. Yeah, that's the name of it. Howie in the Hills, Florida. I wonder where they got that name from. Probably some lunatic back in the day acting goofy. Oh, that's Howie. Look at him over there in the hills. Look at Howie in the Hills. Probably how they got the name. I have no idea. Okay, I'll be watching. I've been to Fort Lauderdale and Fort Myers. Oh yeah, Fort Myers is down this way. Fort Lauderdale is over 95 on the east coast of the state. Come on, man, come on, I'll let you over. Yeah, Fort Lauderdale. Yeah, I've been to Fort Lauderdale. We used to go down there back in the day. I mean, that was years ago. I was in my man, I was before I was 21, and after I was 21, 23, 24, something like that. Go down to Fort Lauderdale for a couple of days. I like watching videos because it reminds me of me and my dad. Oh yeah. That's awesome. I hope in a good way. Sounds like it's in a good way. Right, you used to truck along with your pops. I appreciate you hanging out there, Skylar, and talking with me like that, telling me stuff like that. I like hearing the stories of some sometimes people get in the chat and say, don't have a way to search a single person, no wheel stuff. Oh, okay. Too far of a walk, huh? Then again, you might be a little bit too, efficient or whatever. I don't know. Housing is coming soon. No place to rent here. I'd have to travel to find an apartment. I know the jump here is $3,500, $5,000 worn out cars. That's crazy. Where are you at? What state are you in, Danny? That sounds like maybe New Jersey. Kenworth W900, 18 speed, Cummins engine, 600 horsepower, 8 foot stretched out. Hammer nail, come on. Yeah, Skyler, yeah. I appreciate you, brother. We should be live for a minute, unless something ends up kicking the live off. And then, I usually do 1 or 2 lives a day, so. Well, at least Monday through Thursday, 1 or 2 lives each day. I would have went live earlier, but it was too boring. I had to get unloaded, then I had to go to the office, and then I had to leave from there, and I had to go down somewhere and drop a trailer, and then I had to grab a loaded trailer, and then I had a webinar I had to attend, and this is a mess. And then I was like, well, I've destroyed too much time, so I just stopped. I had a half a tank of fuel, and I was like, well, I'll just go ahead and stop, get fuel, get a couple of supplies, get my cup of ambition, and then I'm just going to hammer down to Orlando. So then I decided to go live back there when I got everything, got my fuel and supplies. I told everybody, I'd probably go live about 9, 10 o'clock, so technically that was a lie. But I always say try, the key word is try. I'm going to try, because I don't know, I can't see the future. Anything can happen, especially in trucking. Like, oh, why didn't you go live? Well, because my engine blew up, and we wasn't trucking, Can't depend on that gunner. He say he go live and he won't. Be 2 days later, hey guys, my engine blew up. Then everybody like, oh, okay, that's understandable. We don't want to watch you just stare at the camera and talk to us. One of the Smokies down here at the bottom of this mountain right here. You're coming into Chattanooga. No problem. Worn out cars. Yeah, Danny, I'd like to see you in Florida or New Jersey or something, Danny, trying to think of where the markets are like that. But I know New Jersey's one of them. I'm not real sure about Florida. I'd say it's about similar to New Jersey. But the housing market in Florida is actually changing from like nowhere to live and prices sky high to certain markets around the state of Florida are coming down. And it's going to be more than just a simple correction. It's going to be a full-blown crash. Just if you understand economics in the housing market, it doesn't happen overnight. It's a slow process. It bleeds itself dry. And it can take up to 5 years, but it slowly happens over those 5 years. And that $700,000 house, once you find the peak, which we just saw the peak, now you got to wait to see the trough. And so after 2 or 3 years, it might go from peak to trough. And then you could get that $700,000 house for $182,000. And that's when you buy. So if you're a Floridian, you may want to get your money right, get your credit looking good. So you got a little bit of time, but I know it's hard to do some stuff with the price of fuel, the price of groceries, you know, supply that you need, even just buying things that you just need, and you're not buying anything you want, just buying the things you need, you know, is expensive. Then you get paid, you make like say $700-800 a week, whatever, you know. This is not to somebody that makes like $5,000 a week, you know. And you make $600-700-800 a week, and then you go out and you buy your groceries, and God forbid if you got a family, a wife and 2 kids, or 3 kids, and you're making $670 this Friday, you know. And it's like, well, we're buying the things we need. You gotta buy probably, depending on how you eat or whatever, you may spend anywhere between $200 to $400 out of your check. Okay, you had $800, now you got $400. Now, God forbid if you had a light bill that was $280 that week. Boom, now you're with $200, you know. Now what do? Now you got to fill up the tank. Let's say that's $30. Now you know, $170 left. Now you got to, you know, take it. You know, if you drive a truck, you know, you got to either take food, have an inverter, cook it, whatever, or, you know, if you work in a factory, you can buy you some sandwich meat, a loaf of bread, whatever, take it for it. Dave Ramsey is rich, and he doesn't understand the struggle of everyday Americans. I don't care what that man says. Although I agree with some stuff and some stuff I don't. You cannot, that man will say stuff like, you know, you need to buckle down, pull your bootstraps up, and then go out and buy a bag of beans or a bag of rice, and that's what you eat every single day. And who's doing that? Who's literally doing that? I mean, you know how unhealthy that is? Well, I mean, the beans would be probably a lot healthier than the rice, but at least you get your protein. But you know how quick you would burn out on rice and beans or ramen noodles? I mean, I feel for people that are trying in life and, you know, have a job making like $10 an hour or something. Can't move out of their parents' basement or grandparents' basement to rent their own place because like rent would take their entire month's salary. They can't even pay their water or light bill. Danny's single. I knew growing up the misery of family in West Virginia. Oh yeah, from West Virginia. I forgot about that. Yeah. I know you was in West Virginia now. What you said, it reminded me. It's hard to remember everybody, you know, that say, you know, I'm you know, such and such from Texas. You know, like Tex. When he first got in one of my lives, he's got the abbreviation for Texas, TX. And so automatically, I mean, I just assumed he was in Texas, so I call him Tex. But find out he was. And so it's easy for me to remember where he's at, because he's got the abbreviation in his YouTube handle. And then if you know, anyway, no memory. Tell from the smokies. No money, you don't do those things. Push your luck in life. Yeah. I mean, sometimes you can, though, if you're lucky, you know, because I do it occasionally. I'll be like, man, I gotta take a chance here, and I'll do it. And sometimes it's worth it. Sometimes it's like, oh, most of the time it's you lose. But every now and then you're like, all right, you know. All you're gonna Learn quick. The reality. Oh yeah. Reality is tough now. And that's something I've always trained my mind for many, many years is that, I won't lie to myself regardless of how bad the situation is. And so that way I'm not delusional, you know what I mean? Because I know someone that is delusional, and it does not matter. There's been me and multiple people tell them, like, this is the reality here, and they put their brains so far into being delusional, and they're young too, that they refuse to believe the reality, and it's amazing to me. That's why the mind is extremely powerful. Extremely powerful, whether you realize it or not. And that's amazing that their mind has done that to them. Cannot accept the reality. Can't accept it. It's amazing. Got a Smoky Bear going northbound, left lane, lights on, blazing, son. There you go, half grown Smoky. Look at him. He's in a hurry and don't know why. Oh, how hard is it getting CDL now? Oh, it's pretty simple. It depends really on your personal standing, like your how old you are. If you got a criminal record, it's not that big a deal. It's mainly about your and if you got like a 7th grade education, not a big deal at all. If you now what it comes down to is your driving record. And so if you got a driver's license, an operator's license, you're 18 to 21, you can call up somebody. I can refer you all this stuff and talk to you, see what's best for your situation to determine where I would have you go. Because whether you would need to, if you got a head on your shoulders, you just need, you're confident, you're going to do it, failure's not an option type thing. And then, you want to do something pretty quick and, where you can actually learn. And when you get there, you got to get that truck and learn it. Be in it. So it really depends on you, because I would be like, okay, well, I want you to consider this place, this school I want you to go to. And go there. Or, I'd be like, well, no, you want to go over here because for rookies, they'll pay you the most. So it really depends on you, Skylar. So if you're 18 to 21, all that means if you're under the age of 21, you can still get your Class A CDL and drive a truck. The only thing is, only drive it intrastate, not interstate, but intrastate, meaning whatever your home state is, you cannot cross that state's border into another state, because that would be illegal. And what they would do, the consequences of that, I don't know. They may just be like, hey, they may just remind you, hey, you cannot do that, driver. You need to turn around and go back to your state. I don't know how they would do that. I don't know. But once you hit 21, then you can drive interstate. You can drive to every state in America as long as you pay the fuel tax and all that stuff. You can drive on that state's road as long as your company does. You don't have to, as long as you're an employee, because you got to pay the states to drive on their roads. And if you don't, they're going to find the far out of you. IFTA. It's IFTA. You got to pay your fuel tax to states. Because they know when you cross into that state, they're going to know you're there. They're going to know you're not legally allowed to drive on their roads. Because you've not paid. There's a lot of stuff in trucking where it's just fork money. It's not feasible to start your own company. It's just not. There's too much overhead to it. It's just not worth it. Now, unless you just ran into the lottery and you won like 20 million bucks or something, like, all right, you know, you could probably buy 5 trucks, a couple trailers, whatever, and you could do something. But one truck, you ain't going to be successful with one. I mean, you'll be successful. Depends on how you manage money. But anyway, I'm going far into this. You got me rambling. King is chopping the steak. Mississippi, no money and no CDL course is at least $2,500. When I got my CDL, it was I went to a school. I talked to multiple companies, and I was because you gotta, you know, depending on your situation, you may ask a lot of questions. I talked to multiple places. I researched trucking for a year, and I talked to people, and they wouldn't really tell me much. And that told me one of two things. That told me either there's no money in trucking, or there's plenty of money to be made. Because nobody would tell you about money. And then one day I just took a leap of faith. And I researched it for a year, even though I came up in trucking, you know. This is Chattanooga, Tennessee. Thank you, Jody. Say Jody. Yeah, but depending on you, Skylar, your financial situation. Because it cost me, I think it was roughly somewhere right around $6,500 to get me to get my Class A CDL. But how they done it was when I got to the school I was going to, what they, you know, they got me a bus ticket. I got on a bus and I traveled to where this place was at. Got a taxi, went to the hotel, and ended up going to the class. And the very first day they just run over some stuff. You'll be in a classroom with maybe 20 other people, it depends. And after they went over some stuff, one of the last steps we done was sign a loan form for like, I don't know, it was 6,000 something, maybe it could have been 6,200, I don't remember, but 6,500 bucks. It was just a loan, and if you got hired through the company, or you got hired through a different company, but you know, a company that only takes rookies, brand new drivers right out the gate, and they train them, they pay your loan for you. You got 2 mobile home trucks, International Volvo. Okay, so you can get, if they're your dad's trucks, and if you can, you know, make a, you know, they just give those trucks to you, you'll be in good shape, my friend. Then all you would have to do is, but I recommend you not starting out in that unless like you know for a fact nothing's going to happen. Because as a rookie driver, you're a huge liability. That's why only these mega carriers will take rookie drivers. And you know, because they can afford to take a hit and still stand. But if you make that mistake, you're going to have to go what they call to a second chance company. And that's something you don't want to do. If you have to go to a second chance company, your career in trucking is basically over. Unless you drove for them for maybe 5 years and maybe even 10 years, and then you may be able to go back into a top tier company. I'm 30. Okay, you're 30. Okay, you're in prime age, Skylar. Prime age. No bad driving record. Okay. You got no tickets in the past, no moving violations, like a speeding ticket, parking ticket in the past 3 to 5 years, you're good. If you got no DUI, you're good. Like say there's nothing on your driving record, you're in good shape. So just be sure before you even put your car in drive, put your seatbelt on. South Carolina, they offer free CDL classes. Yeah, some states will, if you fit the criteria. Which I don't know what that is. It may be low income situation, something. Because my sister's husband did the same thing. He got a grant. I was like, you lucky son of a... But yeah, if you would email me, Skylar, I could, talk to you and get your phone number, and I'll tell you stuff. I won't charge you like a lot of these guys will. They call them coaching calls. I'm not out here for, every piece of dollar I can get on the internet, So I'll give you free information. But, just email me. We can talk on the phone. You can call me right now, if I could answer the email and give you a call and then tell you everything. So you're in good shape, man. So all you got to do is just figure it out. Figure out where you want to go. You'll have to start with a mega carrier, at least before you go do your own thing. Yeah, I know. I understand, Skylar. I want you to as well, because I'd love to call you right now, but I'm afraid somebody if the wrong person be watching, and then start doing whatever. I mean, in a way you could do it, and if some number calls you that you don't recognize, just block it. But yeah, but you can always email me at gunnerfam2017@gmail.com. Because, for me to send, give my recommendations for people that are looking to get their Class A CDL, what that is doing is I am helping without being paid to give these companies that everybody knows I don't like new drivers, and they're not giving me a dime for it. And that's what they want. I'm sure they've been on here like, yeah, this guy, he doesn't like mega carriers, but he's going to send us new drivers, and we ain't even got to pay him. That could be ignorant on my part. It could be. All right, Skylar. Danny, if I must, I don't know if you had been talking about that van anymore, but so I got talking about all this with Skylar, because I like to try to give everybody information as accurately as I possibly can, so that way people don't get in trucking and think, oh, I made a mistake, because you are going to think that. You just got to get through that initial 3 months or so. Smoky Bear, full grown Smoky Bear sitting on the on-ramp, southbound. Shooting radar, firing radar. Oh, no, that ain't a full grown, that's a half grown Smoky Bear. Let's hammer down. Oh man, I wish I still had some more coffee. I drank it all. Coming up to the chicken house. house. Used to, all you had to do was go to the DMV or the BMV. I don't know what state you're in, they call it BMV or a DMV. And you could, if you knew somebody that owned the truck, you could go to the DMV, take your Class A CDL permit test, and then, you know, call up your buddy, you're like, hey man, you know, teach me how to drive that truck, you know. You could do that back then. And they've done away with that like 2019 or 2020 or something. Because I didn't know you could do that when I got my CDL. And if I did, that's what I would have tried and done. So that way I could avoid it all nonsense, you know, micromanagement. Your name is 378797423. It was like, what? Why's my name a number? Because if I was like, oh, this is Gunner, they're like, well, who in the heck are you? Crazy, man. It's hard, I'll tell you, like, it's mentally tough, it's mentally challenging. And that's how you know if you're mentally tough or not. All you gotta do is get in the truck, you know, drive for a year. I'm not saying stay on the road for an exact entire year, go home, but I mean, go out here on the road 3-4 weeks at a time, go to the house for a week or so, 10 days, get back on the road 2, 3, 4 weeks. That's how you know if you're mentally strong or not, because it's more challenging. But depending on who you are, for me, it's not that bad. See some blue lights up here. Hey, North Carolina. Oh, they got a guy walking the thing. Oh, they're tearing that van apart, son. Look at them. We got the green light. We ain't got to go in that chicken house. I'm up here around Dalton, Georgia, up here at the chicken house in Tunnel Hill. Going southbound to Orlando. Well, just outside of Orlando to Apopka. Come on. We're going to be doing some trucking today. Outside bringing them in. Well, brought 2 of them in. Bringing in that day cab with that. No, they didn't bring him in. Brought 1 in. Where you at, Kevin? Hope those wheels are turning. Turn and burn, baby. Turn and burn. say DOT. He's looking for that guy on YouTube they call Gunner. I found him. I got him. I got him, boys. He's somewhat YouTube famous. I'm worldwide. People know me all over the world. Oh man, we're going to get to Atlanta. Atlanta shouldn't be too bad. We get there in about an hour. It's starting to get bad. Hey, my favorite British friend, mate. How you doing today, man? Hello. You know, you're my favorite person in the United Kingdom. You know that? How you been today, brother? Got in from work. I ain't never heard that term before. Hello, North Carolina. What are you doing? You going 10 under speed limit. What are you doing, North Carolina? Come on now. I'm gonna roll the dice. Roll the dice. Hopefully Smokey ain't sitting up here in the middle somewhere. Good out there. Feels better in here though. It's cold. Just got in from work. I saw we beat the Yanks in the curling in the winter games in Rome. UK versus USA. UK won. Did they? Congratulations. Congratulations, you finally beat us, Manilow. Everybody give Manilow a round of a boo, boo. Did they win the gold? Did the UK win the gold? Long live England. Somebody's got to put in there long live the USA. Come on now. Surely not everybody in the live hates America. Passing that left lane yet? I wasn't harming nobody. Oh, here comes one, just merged from the middle lane to the left lane. There ain't even nobody over there. You gotta tell it, instead of telling me get out of the left lane there, Clint, you gotta tell these guys, look at all them guys in the middle up there. Nobody in the right lane. Can't even see nobody in the right lane. Look at them in the middle. Tell them to get out of the middle lane. Get your butt out of the middle lane. They don't listen. They don't listen. Tell you what. Keep calm and carry on. That's right, ain't it? That's right. Because we're friendly people over here. We don't get on the internet and dog people and disrespect and stuff like that. We don't tell them to get out of the left lane when we see them passing people and they're not holding traffic up. You can't see that part though. You ever notice how sometimes they'll get in the chat and they'll tell me to get out of the left lane, but they won't say nothing about the people riding in the middle lane? Everybody that's been here a while knows, okay, Gunner, he knows what he's doing. Gunner knows what he's doing. They've been here long enough, they know. I mean, you know, they watched me on a live one day, weighing about 78,000 pounds gross, going 77 miles an hour, and I had a steer tire blow out. And I saved myself and saved the truck, the trailer, and the load. I believe I know what I'm doing. This was all on a live stream. There's actually left lane restrictions here too, but we ain't saw a sign yet, so technically it's not restricted until you see the sign. Just like the speed limit, you know, if, say an example, the speed limit's 70 miles an hour, you know, for like 20 miles. In 20 miles, it'll drop down to say 55. Well, the speed limit is 70 all the way down until you pass that sign at 55. So, not the sign that says, you know, it's yellow and it says 55, pointing the arrow ahead. It's still 70 past that sign. Now, when you see the sign that says speed limit 55, then you need to already be slowed down from 70. When you cross that sign at 55, you're doing the speed limit. So if a cop was to pull you over, well, what are you doing 70 to 55 for? Well, I wasn't. You know, the sign's right there. I'm not crossing the sign yet. That happened to me in Texas. I crossed the border, the speed limit was 70. And then when you crossed into Texas, about 2 or 3 miles, the speed limit dropped to 65. And, but I didn't argue with the state boy. I was in a pickup truck, and I didn't argue with him. And technically, I was doing the speed. And I had to write a letter to the judge. Oh, is Josie leaving? Been lurking, gotta go, but you are a solid dude, bud. Subscribe. Hope I catch you next stream. All right, Josie, I appreciate you. Thanks, brother. Sorry I didn't see it soon enough before you left. Everybody knows to try to talk to everybody. Appreciate that, bro. You have a good rest of your day, brother. Hey, thank you, mods, for saying what you said, telling him bye, and saying thanks for subscribing. I got the best troll patrol on the internet. Come on, Toyota, what are you doing? So you got people in the middle lane going under the speed limit, and for some reason it's like they don't know. I don't understand how they don't know. I'm not, I guess because I'm not Albert Einstein, I can't figure out the simplest things like that. truck drivers don't buy anything. We deliver everything. Yeah, that's a fact. That is a fact. Literally. Send you cash, you send me cash. What's the matter with you? Send me $2. I drive a truck, man. I work for a living. I'm broke. I know what you're thinking. Man comes around every week and takes my money. YouTube don't pay me enough money. And the donations go to the YouTube channel, which I can't use them because it has to pass a threshold. And we've not reached that threshold. We've been monetized, what, 3-4 weeks now? Something like that. It was about 3 weeks, I think. It was around the end of January when we got monetized. One day, I did send this guy, what was his name? Scott, some guy, he'd never been, he showed back up on a live one day. He wanted, I actually believed him, and somebody might be listening was here. He wanted, I guess he was hungry and having a little bit of hardship, and he just wanted to get a pizza so he could eat that day. So I sent him some money so he could get him a pizza. You know, if he did or not, I don't know. But once you gift somebody some money, it's not up to you to determine what they do with it. Once you hand it to them, that's yours. That's theirs. You was kind enough to give it to them. That's all you should think about. It's like, well, I was just kind enough to give it to them. Whatever they do with it's on them. And that's just full grown Smoky Bear, northbound. That's lane. That's how I see it anyway. If I give anybody money, you know, once I give it to them, it's theirs. What they do with it's on them. You know, whether they do good or bad with it, it doesn't matter to me. It's theirs now. Quite frequently in Ohio, Danny. I've heard a multitude of stories like that. A bunch of them. Actually from somebody I've known for a long time. It happened to him too, there in Ohio. Same thing. Over in the left lane out of New Jersey. He must be a good driver. He's probably an American. He's got his hazmat and everything. Hauling corrosive. Don't want to be near him if he flips that sucker. He's driving for it's a Dana trailer. Dana's a good company. He probably done it legal years ago. position. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Hey, I was just in Kansas City, Missouri, yesterday morning. Cameron, I like Kansas City. It's amazing how far you can get in the truck. I was just in Kansas City yesterday morning, and tomorrow morning I'll be in Orlando, Florida. As a matter of fact, I'll be there tonight. There's Western, that's a second chance company. They'll take anybody. That's one thing I respect Western Express for. Or Welfare Express, they like to call them. They call them that because they don't pay you. And they've been in so many lawsuits. I'm sure there's an active or multiple lawsuits with that company now. But that's one thing I do respect them on, is they, you know, if the driver gets out here and messes up, that company will take it. So, I mean, they got my respect in that sector. But nowhere else, but right there. Missed y'all, love it here. Great cost of living, yeah. It's crazy, all that driving. Yeah, it's trucking, Cameron. That's trucking. Let's go, go, go. Probably get about, I don't know, 3,500 miles this week. If I work Friday, I'll probably get about 3,800. Something like that. I usually get close to about 4,000 miles a week. Like, if I work 4 days, or I mean 5 days, if I work 4, it's between 3,000 and 3,600, something like that. Yeah, that's what we do. Gotta keep everything where it's gotta be, you know, the mail, the cars, the food, the supplies, for everything, for hospitals. You know, I'm hauling medical supply right now down here to Orlando, from the city of Orlando. You know, all the clinics and all that. I don't know why this cat right here didn't get over right there. There's no See, look at him in that middle lane. No reason to be there. He's not passing that driver right there yet, so, I mean, I don't know. He just might be in the zone. You know, don't let every little thing bother you. Now, I'd be bothered if I got busted over here in this left lane, though, because of that guy. That's what I'd say, too. I'm like, dude, I know what I'm doing. Like, why, you know, you can't help that somebody don't want to get out of the middle lane. What do you want me to do? Just go continue to go under the speed limit? I'd be like, dude, you know, go drive a truck and you'll be doing the same thing, believe me. Just like, you know, there's a full-grown smoking bear by the 315 northbound, left lane, spotted. Another full-grown smoking bear right there in the left lane, spotted. Trucking gods are with us today. They had reported an officer agreeing it was a trap. I believe it. Permits were known to be misleading. Oh yeah. Yeah, see, that's what you call corruption. That's corrupting. Half-grown smoking bear, left lane, spotted. Oh, he might be full-grown. Northbound. Come on. This is why I appreciate trucking. Yeah, trucking. Yeah, people take it for granted for sure. I mean, even the companies themselves take the drivers for granted. I mean, they literally, like, not physically, but they abuse their drivers and all kinds of stuff. Now, I wouldn't say every company, but mainly these big companies like TMC up here. Although, you know, they might have a good dispatcher that give them a little respect, but like they don't pay them anything though. They don't make no money. You know, and flatbed pays pretty good, but them company drivers at TMC, the company does not pay them that well. I ran into a driver about 4 years ago, something like that, 5 years ago. He was driving for TMC. I was parking up in Michigan. All right, we're going to put this person in timeout. When I was in Michigan, there was a guy pulled into a pilot. He was a former nurse administrator. Some people asked, people took me for granted. Oh yeah, especially if you're good at what you do. Oh yeah, they absolutely do, Cameron. In every industry. If you're good at what you do, they'll take you for granted and they'll use and abuse you. Like, okay, well, this person works hard every single day, consistently, every day, every week, every month, year over year. And they'll just use the crap out of you. Or, you know, they'll like, oh, well, hey, Cameron, I know you just worked 12 hours for the past 5 days. I know Saturday's your day off. You care to come in for 8 hours? You know, and then after you, about 2 years before you retire, then they finally notice you. When you're like, well, Pal's retired now. Then what do? They buy you some off-brand watch made in plated gold. Like, oh, well, thank you for your dedication to 35 years here. Here, you want your cane so you can stand up? Yeah, thank you, thanks for bringing my cane. Livestream messed up, huh? Everybody left. Make a quick phone call. I guess the live kind of messed up. Huh? Is that why everybody was like had to go to do something? Did it do something? Dear Rodney, I don't like you anymore. And we're doing good, so we almost down to the ATL. I didn't appreciate what I was doing for him. Got in the left lane so he could pass Old Dominion on the shoulder, and he just sat in the right lane. See, even some truckers don't know what they're doing. Dear Rodney, I don't think I like you anymore. You put me places in that I've never been before. Dear Rodney, I don't like you anymore. Nice clear picture today, ain't it? USA truck, USA truck. This rain will last. Little sprinkles. If somebody would be so kind to check the radar down here in Atlanta, Georgia, and tell me where this rain stops, be much appreciated. Looks like it probably stops down here in Atlanta, maybe the other side of Atlanta. Better slow down this construction zone. I didn't notice I was going that fast. Always do right with the state construction workers out there. All you ever do is see them standing around, though, like he's doing back there. I mean, obviously they've been working though. I'm going to look at it and see. I guess never mind on that radar because it looks like it's going to be raining for now anyhow. Pepper ahead. Deer, getting dreaming, knowing dang well I can't go. I'll never see Texas, LA, or old Mexico. But here at this table, I'm able to leave it behind. Drink till I'm dreaming 1,000 miles out of my mind. Is anybody doing anything today? Anybody want to talk? We'll share some little bit of knowledge. It'd be much appreciated. Doesn't matter if it's like history or whatever, you know, meaningless knowledge, you know, or useless knowledge. Something. Okay, I'll just be quiet to you. I'll be quiet to you. But when they get 100 people in this live, I'll be talking again. Don't look like no Chevy. It looks like a Buick, like 1992 or something. They must have just put that emblem on there. It don't look like no Chevy from back in the 90s. What's up? What's up, Herb? Perky? What's up, Perky? We's a trucking, about to come into the ATL, to the Big Apple of the South. Oh no, Tiger. I hope you're in a good mood today, Tiger. Sending the darka emoji. Somebody was in a live a little bit ago, not today, but yesterday, either last week or the week before. Can't remember who it was now. And they were talking about you, Tiger. And they were saying that you act the same everywhere across YouTube. Don't matter what it is. One minute you'll be cool, next minute you all over the place. Big old mega carriers. Couldn't pay me to drive for that company. I'd do it for free. me. so good coming into Atlanta, Georgia. As long as it stays just like this right here, we'll be fine. It's 223. Shouldn't have too much of a problem. Going good, all right. How's Ozzy doing? Hey, Justin Henry. How you doing today, buddy? How is everyone today? How are we doing, my friends? I guess I'll, let me see what's going on up here. I'm gonna sit right here for a minute. See what's cracking up here. I'm going north to Alaska. Going north to Rush is on. Hey, Kels. Hey to everybody watching. Hey to everybody that smacked that like button. Get your fiber. Quaker. Nah, don't get Quaker. They got this stuff in their ingredients. It's I can't remember what the name of it was, but it's actually, if you research it, it's beaver butt. I used to like Quaker oatmeal till I found that out. I guess it must be edible, I guess. I don't know. Good space cushion, Tim. Absolutely. You know, we down here in Atlanta where it could just abruptly stop at any moment. So you got to be careful. But I mean, I could close the gap a little bit because I mean, we're not real heavy. All right, Tex, we'll see you back here shortly. Look at this guy, he's riding on that Kia's tail right there, look at that. He must be empty. All cereal junk. My dad from Tennessee wouldn't eat it. What part of Tennessee? I'm a Tennessean. Yeah, it is. It's all junk. It really is. I mean, don't put stuff in it that's like good for you, like 2 or 3 ingredients, and then there's 32 other ingredients that like you have no idea what it is. Yeah, trying to get them to get out of the way. I mean, they won't though. It's like they don't know how to drive. Like, they'll look in their mirrors. Nobody in the left lane. Nobody in the right lane. Driver behind me. Why are you riding my tail? What do you want me to do? Yeah. What do you want me to do? There's nobody in the left lane. Nobody in the right lane. You know, what do you want me to do? I'll just sit right here and you ride my tail. We need to work our way over. That guy pulling that car right there, buddy, I tell you, you gotta watch people like that. Oh boy, we're stopping. I gotta get over though. Maybe ATS is paying attention here out of Gary, Indiana. Hopefully nobody. This is where it's dangerous. When you go to merge into the lane beside you, you got to watch the lane beside it so nobody's trying to merge in as well. So that's how you know you're a good driver. You know, you got to watch that other lane too. Just like this. See that driver right there? Go watch him, watch him, watch the mirror, watch the mirror, watch the mirror, watch the mirror. We're in here, signal off, let's go. One, two, three, four. All right, we need to be right here. Okay, good deal. Whoa, Nelly, whoa. Hold your horses. I got to hold back 600 horses back here. Got to hold them horses. She is PepsiCo. Hey, man, hey, I don't know if they played that commercial in the Super Bowl, which I'm sure they did. Hey, you gotta check this commercial out. I loved it, man. The marketing idea behind that is excellent. So apparently Coca-Cola sold more Coca-Cola than Pepsi sold Pepsi. And so they bragged about that. So Coke bragged that they sold more Coca-Cola than Pepsi. Well, Pepsi's response to that was this ingenious idea for a commercial for Pepsi. I loved it, man. I was like, all right. Which I don't drink Coke or Pepsi. But, you know, but my uncle drinks Pepsi, so like I'll get one of his Pepsis every now and then. And so like that commercial alone, and plus like allegedly Pepsi used to have a its own private Navy. But anyway, like this kid takes 50 cents, he walks up to the pop machine. Well, he takes, well, it's like $1.50 he has it, I guess. You don't really know, but you're just assuming 50 cents. Well, he puts 50 cents in the machine and he hits the button for Coca-Cola. The Coke comes out, he gets it out of the machine, he sets it on the ground. He puts another 50 cents in the machine, hits the Coke button. And the Coke comes out, he picks the Coca-Cola up, sits it on the ground. Well, then he proceeds to step on the two Coca-Cola cans, and then he puts 50 cents in the machine, because he's short, so he can't reach. And then he steps on the Coca-Cola cans, and he hits the Pepsi button for a Pepsi. And the Pepsi comes out, and he grabs it, walks away, cracks it open, and leaves the Cokes behind. I love that, man. That was awesome. So yeah, they're buying your Coca-Cola. You outsold us because they're buying your Coca-Cola so they can stand on them and buy the Pepsi. I loved it. Yeah, I'll take a Pepsi too. Just out of that commercial alone just made me want to buy Pepsi. So if you ain't seen the commercial, you got to check that out. I loved it. So they just marketed like, okay, yeah, you outsold us because this kid has to buy 2 Cokes to stand on them to buy a Pepsi. So he can reach it. That was just so ingenious. I love that. So that was Pepsi's response to Coca-Cola for outselling them. Yeah, it was. That was brilliant. People change lanes, won't look, or won't use the signal. Oh yeah, that's right, Tim. Tim knows all about it. Yeah, I'll take a Pepsi. Justin Henry, if you don't mind, I'm going to pin that message. I'll take a Pepsi. What's GTS? Why? Got to say yes. Got to say yes. Change. Well, technically through here, trucks ain't allowed in these left 2 lanes. But if there's a Smokey back there and he sees you in the lane beside us on the left right here, a lot of times they won't say nothing about it. But if you're in that far left lane, they're gonna stop you. But we don't need to be over in that lane anyway, so we're going to sit right here for a minute until we get up here to about 20, because people will be in this lane trying to get on Interstate 20. Like, oh, I didn't see the signs. I didn't see them. I can't read English. I just see 20, and I believe that's the way I need to go. I got to go to this place called LaGrange, Georgia. LaGrange, Georgia. Come on, road again. Driving trucks with my friends, and I can't wait to get to Florida. Alright, come on ATL, we're doing good. Look at me advertising Pepsi on our channel. Look at that. Justin Henry, Pepsi. I'll take one. All right. Pepsi should be so proud of us advertising them on our channel. Look at that, for free. They love us. God is on the move. Come and see. Tell that guy's made some money with Christianity in the big city of Atlanta. It's tax exempt. That's why, that's why a lot of people go to school to become scholars in the Bible for Christianity, and then they get out and they establish a church, because religion isn't taxable. You're exempt from taxes. Thus is the reason why even the Hell's Angels are considered a church. Did you know that? So the Hell's Angels don't even pay taxes. They're tax exempt. Wow, and so if you didn't know that, that's something new you learned today. Oh man. From what I remember, yeah, I did, Kales. I had a good time. Yeah, I I told the father-in-law that you said hi. And he said, oh, hi. I ain't seen her or heard from her in a while. I was like, yeah, I know. He left Monday morning. He went back to Indiana. Better now I'm out of here. Where are you going, man? Hello? Who knows? My father-in-law? Yeah, I've not seen him in alive in a long time, actually. He actually done a live with me, I think it was Friday night. He got to talking about it. I was like, what? Because he was saying, the way he was talking, it sounded like he wanted to go on a live with me. And I was like, you want me to start a live? He's like, sure, I don't care. But I don't know if you ever see him in it. I mean, we were both pretty, pretty lit, And I don't think the live lasted that long, maybe 20 minutes, 15 minutes. If that, I don't even remember. Because it's kind of funny, I guess where the algorithm sees me doing trucking a lot, so it predicts what you might do when you go live. And if I'm trucking, because it can predict it, it'll put me with people that, are interested in trucking, wanting to learn it, wanting to just watch and stuff. So when I'm at home and I'm just sitting in the man cave or in the kitchen, just talking with somebody, having a couple of drinks, you go live and the algorithm sees that and it doesn't know what to do with it. Because it predicted, oh, he's going live, he's probably going to drive a truck. And then it's like, he's in the kitchen. Like, where do I put this content at? It doesn't know what to do with it. So there's usually 3, 4, 5, 7 people in the live. So when I'm at home doing lives, it doesn't do that well. But at least if I do more lives at home, if I got guests over, maybe it'll pick up on that on certain days. Like, well, he does a live on Saturday sometimes, and he's always at the house, because it'll predict. The algorithm does that. So if it sees me go live on Saturday, it might put me in a place where people want to sit, listen to conversation, chime into the conversation. But I don't do it enough, so when I do it, it doesn't know what to do. Hello from St. James, broski. All right, Steve. Steven, I like that. Steven knew us. I like that. How you doing today, Steve? Hey, where is Steve anyway? Steve, MLLC or something. Where's he? I ain't seen him in forever now. Where's Steve at? That just reminded me of Steve. I was like, man, where's he at? I ain't seen him in like a month. You doing good? That's good, bro. That's good. You new here, Steve? Oh, Poland in the house. Hello, Poland. Got the Poles in the building. Well, welcome to Atlanta, Georgia, Poland. USA. The big apple of the South. need to work my way over to that other lane so we can get the trucking. But this is everybody being ignorant. Whoa, car. Whoa. Gosh almighty, did y'all see that? Better plug my camera in. I don't know what's up with these people today. Come on, camera. Come on, camera. All right, we got the camera hooked up. Like, man, that scared me a second. Like that person just jetted right out in front of me. Yeah, it was kind of close because that was a little wild, you know. That's why you got to be careful. You got to be able to look in your mirror, and then you got to be able to see out your peripheral in front of you, so that way you can see both spaces simultaneously. Says Poland. Is that a word? Do the Poles speak Russian? What do the Poles speak? Now, I know a lot of Polish people that jump into live, most of them speak English. Yeah, Steve, that's crazy, wasn't it? That's trucking, man. Trucking, you got to be on your P's and Q's down here in the ATL. You got to be on your A game. And trust me, we are on our A game today. There's not many days I feel this good, you know what I mean? I just feel unstoppable today. Like, people can try to make me hit them or something. It ain't gonna happen, son. It just don't happen even on my worst days. Now, if it was something like the truck doing something that caused me to hit somebody, that's different. Look at this guy on his phone over here. He's jumping off, or I'd show you. Yeah, I mean, we can lay on the horn. It don't do no good. Now, when they really do something dumb, I will hold it down forever, like until they get out of my way. But that don't happen too often. Why are we stopping? Construction zone. How many Red Bulls I had? I had a small cup of coffee from the pilot, and I got me 2 big old 20-ounce Red Bulls, baby. And I got about half of it drank. I mean, you can try a couple of different routes, Justin Henry. It depends really what's going on. But really, no, if you come to the south, or you got, it depends. I mean, unless you're going to Miami or something, you won't come through Atlanta. And, you know, unless you're like, I don't know, in Cincinnati or Lexington, it's going to route you down through Atlanta. But you can't go around Atlanta. You can't. You would have to go very far out of your way, and your chances of it being like better than coming through Atlanta are slim, very like impossible. Now, if you're in a car, you can do a lot more stuff. You can't avoid Atlanta. You can't, unless you come through here at like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. But sometimes you get lucky. Like what you're seeing right now, what we've been experiencing is good. This is good. Yeah, what you've been seeing, this is all good. Is Sharon in here? I ain't seen her in a while. Or is that a different Sharon? Oh, Sharon sent me a gift. Hey, thank you, Sharon. Sent me a bronze medal. All right. That don't happen too often, so I get excited when people send me gifts. I appreciate that, Sharon. God bless you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. You just made my day just a little bit more better. You're awesome. Hi, Debbie. Hey, Kevin. I'm glad I was born at a more comfortable distance from the apocalypse. We're going to the Sunshine State. Ow, man. Dead. Let's say, hello, Christian. How you doing today? Is that Christian or Christina? I think it's Christian. You're from Brittany, Florida? Or is it Brittany? Where's that Brittany place? I was just at a town called Brittany not long ago. Can't remember what state it was in. Yeah, I was on the telly. I was on the bloody telly, TBNW. All right, with the howdy from Madison, Wisconsin. For real? For real, UPS? Are we stopping? Looks like it. Goodness gracious. Of course, no signal. You got signals right here. Look at that. Look, signal. Signal. Look at that. Look at it. Didn't even use signal. And didn't care. Just back to Florida. Now the truck says it's 70 here in Atlanta. Thanks, Salvatore. We do the best we can to be a responsible driver. Down here on the south end of Atlanta, you gotta be careful coming through this part. You get through Atlanta, because they like to pull you over through here. Mainly cars, because they just got through the city and they start to fly, you know. See how that car got in this lane? He done that right if he would have turned the signal off and then rode in this lane for a second. If he wanted to get in the third lane, he needs to merge from the left lane to the middle lane, turn it off, check his mirror, see if it's clear, turn his right, turn the signal back on, and merge into the third lane. That's how you're supposed to do that, legally. And then get completely in the lane and turn your signal off. After you get in the lane completely, have control of the vehicle, then turn it off. Hi, Shauna. Good trucker buddy. 63 West Virginia, nice to not be uncomfortable. Yeah, we got a little bit of a heat wave, I guess. Still a little bit too early for it to be this warm, especially in Indiana and West Virginia. Don't worry, it'll get cold again, don't you worry. Signal on, merging into the third lane, in the lane completely, got control of the vehicle, signal off. And that, my friends, is how it's done. D-O-N-E, done. question, you don't want to get in chat, just email me. If you want to talk on the phone, we can do that too. If you're wanting to get into trucking or interested in doing it or curious about it, whether you need to want to get in it or not, email me and I'll tell you everything about it. Because there's a lot of stuff. You can get a lot of information on YouTube and on the internet, but you ain't gonna get all of it. Good afternoon, kitty cat. Meow. Guys over there are hard at work, cutting down trees, weed eating and stuff, man. Never pays what it's worth, you know. Ain't no job out there that pays what it's worth, not even trucking. Even if you are like one of the best, you'll never, in trucking, you'll never make what it's worth. Being away from your family, driving 750 miles a day or more if you can. You never get paid what it's worth. But for some people, it's worth $1,000 a week. Not me. A trucker that goes hard every single day, every week, every month should be making well over $1,000. Actually, over $2,000. Should be making around $3,000 a week. So I make $3,000 a week. Having to be away from your family. But these companies, man, I mean, they got to make a profit, but they ain't got to make such a huge profit off the driver. Paying these guys be out 3 and 4, 5, 6 weeks at a time and only paid them $600-700 a week. You know you with the wrong company then. Oh boy, are we stopping? Some brake lights. Oh yeah, we're stopping. Grab this lane right here if I can. Come on, little Nissan, get out of the way, buddy. Get out of the way. I ain't even slow it down. About time. Goodness, took me long to think about it, didn't it? Oh man. At least we got to Atlanta. We ain't out of the woods yet, though. As you can see. Hey, DD. That's right, Nathan. It ain't for all, it's only for a select few. Most people, I mean, the turnover rate in trucking is really high because, you know, for multiple things, but one is because people can't, a lot of people can't manage the isolation. It's a mental challenge, and they don't know how to cope with it. And that's why a large majority of people get into trucking and they get out of it within the first 6 months. I'm good. That's a lot of cool looking emojis. That's a lot of cool looking emojis. Probably is a little bit of one when they get in there to McDonough, Georgia. Usually a little bit of a backup right there. Hey, Papa moves, Dad moves. Come on now, have a die on. Come on. Joe. Making truck moves over here. Hi, Tim. Bunch of 20-year Dad moves. Smoking Bear, 212 northbound, right shoulder with a four-wheeler, spotted. They're Tanger Outlets. I like Tanger Outlets. I've been to that one years ago. We were down here visiting. I bought some shoes over in where's it at? Right there somewhere. I like Tanger Outlets. Women like it too. That's how you do it. You know, you go on your first date, this is what you do. You meet this girl, you get vibes for each other, you find out like, okay, I like her, I think she likes me. You know, and then you ask her out, hey girl, you want to go out with me Saturday? You know, Saturday evening about 5 o'clock, go out for the evening, and I tell you what you do. You take her shopping. You go to take her to Tanger Outlets. And then what you do is you take her to Red Lobster. Miserable in New York. I bet it is. They say it's freezing cold. He was a baker down in Macon. He said he'd walk through Hades on Sunday to keep his robes in paradise. About how you take it, Tim. You gotta think a little positive. Like, you know, it's a little past mid-February. We're almost almost there. It's got to hang in there a little bit longer. What, 2 or 3 months? New York. I like New York though. I can't lie. I do like New York State. Horse's Head, New York. Been there a time or two. Yeah. So you might have learned something. There's a place called Horse's Head. It's in New York. There's also a flame in New York too that just continuously burns. What do they call that? I can't remember. And there's only like 6 of them in the world. Like a flame that just burns constantly. Glad you don't live in New York City. New York City ain't too bad. Man, I guess it depends on where all you at though. Where's I at? I was in Times Square one day with a friend of mine. We were, exploring New York. We was, I don't remember what street this was. It was off of Times Square somewhere, going toward the Empire State Building, I believe. And we were just walking. And we was on the sidewalk, obviously, and all of a sudden, this car rear-ended a car. I mean, these were 2 nice cars, too. And it happened right in front of us, and we just stopped and watched it for a second. It was, maybe 12 feet away from us, 14 feet, something like that. And the driver that hit the car in front of him got out, so the driver in front of him got out as well. And they just went to the front. He went to the front of the vehicle and the rear of the vehicle he hit, and so did the other driver. And I don't know what they said, but they just exchanged a few words. And it did both vehicles. They just exchanged a few words and just blew it off like nothing, got in their cars and left. I was like, huh. Pretty wild. And then my buddy's like, hey, this is perfect timing. There's an Irish bar right here behind us. And I was like, oh, okay, well. He's like, you want a drink? I was like, I'll take a drink. So we went into the Irish pub and had a drink. And they really were Irish. Had like a clover, a 4-leaf clover on the side of this Irish pub. That's what it said, Irish pub. We was in Times Square and there was this guy, these 2 dudes, and they had a buggy full of demo CDs that they had been making music on. And they were talking to us, and it's like, hey, if you want, you can take one of our CDs and listen to it, maybe, pass it on down the line, And they was talking about it. It's like, oh, and I said, oh, we can have one. He said, yeah, both of you can have one. Just take them with you. But when you pick them up, then that's when they start to charge you. And then they're like, hey, you just said we could have it. It's like, no, here, you can have it. We don't want it. We don't want to buy your CD. went to the 9/11 memorial. I got a picture of him. He looked so girly too, because it was raining. It started to rain, and he had this umbrella. And the way he just standing there in front of the memorial, like it just looked so girly looking. I always thought it was funny, but I'd say I probably look like the same thing. I ain't seen that picture in a minute. Might have to share it on YouTube. That was pretty cool. You know, they got that waterfall there for the 9/11 memorial. And I guess if you see it on TV or stuff, you know, we've all seen it on TV or on the internet somewhere, and you see how it goes down in a hole. Like it doesn't look that far from the videos and stuff, but when you're really there, it's like way down there, like 25 feet or something, 30 feet. It's pretty far. And I was looking at it and I was like, man, in a way, I just want to jump down there and check this out, but like it'd be kind of stupid to do that. And then you always wonder what's in that center hole, because the water flows down it, and you're like, where's that go? Just recycle it back up? I mean, I'd say if you go down that hole, you probably wouldn't make it. Your curiosity gets you. You got me. I was like, man, I just want to see what's down there. Hey, I'm back. Hey, when it goes silent like that, Tim, when it loses volume, it's because I got a phone call. I mean, if I answer it, it'll mute the live on its own. I guess, you know, privacy reasons, which is pretty cool, you know. Been in New York City since 2019. I think the last time I was in New York City was 2020. I've been 2019. Chicken house coming up, and I know it's wide open. It's busting. What y'all think? Gonna be open? Gonna be closed? Who knows? But I got a feeling. I'm 90% sure it's open. Kale says open, one of the rare times. One of the rare times. Should have said closed because, you know, 95% of the time you say it's closed, it's closed. But I'm with you on that answer. It's open. I'm like 90% sure. I'm increasing. I'm 95% sure. Come on, chicken house, chicken coop, come on, chicken coop, chicken house, come on. Oh no, I don't know. I think it might be locked up. Ain't no way. Wow. Wow, that don't happen. Oh, that northbound side's open. Wonder if anybody's home. See if anybody's home over there. Oh yeah, somebody's home. They're doing an inspection on that bobtail. That's why. Okay, they preoccupied. Hammer down. Come on. Voting for Vernon Jones here in Forsyth, Georgia, just outside of Macon. Fellow Tennessean in front of me right there. Alright, that's how you do it, fellow Tennessean. Yeah, you put the hammer down. There you go, signal on. Merge. Oh, they turned it off too early. They let me down. I was going to brag on them. I was bragging on them. They let me down. Used their turn signal improperly. That was incorrect. And that's an affirmative. I witnessed it. We all witnessed it. Oh, they got it on again. What are they doing? What are they? Oh, they cut it off too early again before they merged completely in the lane. At least they're using their signal. Most people don't even do that. Merging into the left lane. See when they cut it off. Cut it off too early. At least they used it. Gotta give them credit there. Kudos to them. And technically, no, you wasn't wrong. But technically, we were wrong. They were home. They were just doing an inspection, and there must not be a lot of people there, so they were just bypassing everybody. So technically, they're open, but technically, they're closed. So they must not have a lot of people working there today, so that guy pulled a guy in and he's inspecting him. I think there's probably two of them, and they're both, maybe one's training one. Temporarily closed down, bypassed everybody so they can inspect that bobtail. When they get done with him, they're going to open it back up. But if they had like 6 people working there, they would have inspected him and had the chicken house open, bringing more trucks in. So, must be short-staffed today. So, yeah. So, you was, you were technically right, in a sense. Always right. I think there's been one time, the entire time you've been on these lives, that you've been wrong. I don't remember where that was at, but I'm trying to think, where's the next chicken house at? Okay, it's way down here. Let me think, is this the right one I'm thinking about? Man. thinking about 95. Yeah, that's on 95, ain't it? Yeah, there's one. I think it might be on the northbound side, though. No, it's down there south of Tifton. Come on, Warner, what are you doing, man? Rookie drivers, get out of the way, bro. What's the matter with you in the middle lane like that? Get over here and get to make your bypass, son. Let me guess, my company told me to. It don't mean it's right. Two wrongs don't make a right, brother. We're going to put him on camera. What was his truck number? Anybody get his truck number? You can call Warner up there in Springfield, Ohio, and tell him about that driver. Like, hey, you need to tell your drivers to stop riding in the middle lane. That ain't how you do it. That's the passing lane. How do you say that name? LeBreton? Hey, LeBreton. Oh, wait. Iconic? Or something. Sorry, pardon me if I butchered your name. I apologize. You know, it's the internet. You can't be perfect every time, you know. Support the police. Thank the cop. Thank the truck. They should put underneath that too. Thank the trucker as well. It's how they get their uniforms. It's how they get their firearms and everything. Trucks. Trucks hauling on. When trucks carry firearms, they come in wooden crates. Powerball is a national, as long as lottery's legal in that state, because each state is technically its own country, so therefore they, you know, decide either to have Powerball, lottery, or you know, whatever, make their own rules and stuff. So as long as you're in a state that has legalized gambling, it's just a, you buy a ticket for $2, Manilow, and I'll show you one day. You buy a ticket for $2, you can pick 5 numbers, or is it 6 numbers? I play it periodically. Sometimes I play it all the time. Yeah, you pick 5 numbers, and the Powerball number is the 6th number. So basically, you pick 1 through 60. So you'll pick 5, so you can pick like 5, 15, 26, 32, 48, and you got Powerball 1 through 25, I believe. And so you pick a number like 5. And then if they play it Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. So you can increase your chances by buying more tickets. Or you can go in and do a quick pick and be like, give me a quick pick Powerball, and they'll print it out for you. And so if you hit the Powerball number, you know, which we just said was 5, you won $4. Now if you hit all numbers, all 5 numbers, including the Powerball number, you win the jackpot. And say, we'll see a sign. Numbers, then you win the jackpot. Let's say it's 200 million. For 200 million. And then you go cash out, get you 200 million. But technically they tax it. So if it's 200 million, you'll come out with about half of that. You'll come out with like 110 million. in cash. What would I do if I won? Well, I would, if I won the Powerball, what would I do then? Say I woke up, what is today? Oh, tonight's the drawing. I'll buy me a ticket when I stop somewhere. I'll show you. But anyway, I'll let you all pick my numbers too. I'll just buy one ticket. But anyway, what I would do if I won, if I woke up tomorrow morning, and I'm like, well, I'm gonna check the Powerball numbers, check it. You know, like, miracle, you know, you win, because the chances of winning is like 1 in 310 million. So if I won, I'd be like, hallelujah, praise the Lord, thank you, Jesus. And then, first thing I would do, you know, if I was home, whatever, I'd probably arm up. I'd just get a couple of good friends, but tell them about it, like, hey, we're gonna have to take a ride to, might be able to do it in Knoxville. May have to go to the Capitol in Nashville. But either way, it wouldn't matter. I'd be a millionaire. And then I'd go to the city, and I would claim the money anonymously, so nobody would know I won. And then I would take the lump sum after taxes, like 100 million, and then I would go straight to the house. And after that, I'd probably dump a bunch of it out, you know, kind of swim in it some. And then what I would do is pick up the phone and call the best attorney I could in my state and make an appointment and have him or her come to my house and see, you know, go from there. And then the very first thing I would do, I would put my money, I'd put $250,000 in a interest account. You know, so I'd put at 225,000, or I'd probably just put 250,000. So I put $250,000 in an interest account. So therefore, I can just live off the interest that draws for the rest of my life. That's the first thing I would do. And then probably give some to the lawyer, like, so he can give me some advice. And then I would just I would go house shopping. So I'd buy me a house. Then I'd go buy me a new car. Then I'd move into my new house. And then I would, after I kind of got everything settled up, you know, then I would let not everybody know, but let the, you know, the closest people in the family, you know, like, hey, I'm just going to give you some money. I'd have to do the math first, so I'd have to be an accountant. You know, I got a CPA anyway, so I'd call the accountant, hey, I want to give such and such and such and such money. What can I reasonably give them, but not too much, you know, but not too little. Maybe give them, I don't know, I'd probably give them all $100,000. Like, here, this is, you know, maybe I can give them more, I don't know. On YouTube, and I'd be like, hey guys, I want to send all of you $1,000. At least, because that's 2,000 subscribers, so, you know, $1,000 each. That adds up. That's about all I would do. I'd set up some accounts. That's basically about it. And I'd sit on Easy Street, and I'd probably think of something that I can stay busy. So I'd start a business in something, maybe a restaurant or something. Some type of decent restaurant where I could get a hold of a culinary school and, be like, hey, you're just a recent graduate. You come out here and work for me. Since you're new, I'll start you out at $60,000 a year. I mean, I don't know what they earn at the beginning. I have no idea. But anyway, that's about what I would do. Or some type of business so I can at least be busy doing something. Then I would take a trip to Aruba for a week or two and hang out. That's about all I do. And then I'd live stream, talk to you all some more. Like, hey guys, we won the lottery. How can I get you $1,000? Probably buy you a price, no object. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, you can do that. Hello, Vic. Hey, Charles. Hey, Scrappy. Never been, Greg? We in Macon, Georgia, Greg. Pictures from North Italy. Manilo's, he's British. He's from the United Kingdom. But that's about all I would do, Manilo, if I won the Powerball. Chernobyl holiday at the end of the month for you. 10 days in radiation zone. I wouldn't be doing that, personally. But yeah, Manilo, that's about all I would do. I mean, after all that, I'd end up doing some house shopping in Montana. Try and find me an affordable house in Montana on top of a mountain somewhere. That's about it. Buy myself a new wardrobe and I'd get rid of these shoes I got on and I'd buy me some new shoes. That is correct, Scrappy. That is Barry Manilow. That is the real McCoy right there. Celebrate good times, come on. Sometimes Manilow gets on Discord and he sends us videos of him playing and singing. He gets on my Discord. He's cool, good, cool guy. Yeah. See, he also sings and plays the piano. That's what Barry Manilow does. Don't do requests at the moment. Broken fingers. He broke his fingers. Yeah, Herman Shorter. Yeah, I remember because I thought you was from Shorter, Georgia. Where you been? I don't remember what the last name we talked about, but I do remember you. Shorter Alabama. Whatever. Yeah, some old and new people, yeah. Yeah, Barry Manilow, you've been around long enough, you know. That's crazy. Not many people figure out that that's Barry Manilow. So Scrappy did. A lot of people don't know who Barry Manilow is. But that's him in the chat. A good friend. We talk on the phone, FaceTime each other. It's been about 3 to 4 weeks since we've done that. Maybe 5 weeks, back in January. Coming out of Macon. The thing we didn't go through Macon, though. Celebrate good times. Come on. Celebration. Oh, man. Empty a room with no one in it. All right, Barry Manilow. Take it easy. Hopefully you come back a little bit. We'll be live for a while. But I think, yeah, I think you're in another country, so. It's after 9 o'clock where you are. 9 p.m. Barry goes to bed early sometimes. Peace out. Take it easy. Barry Manilow. Remember, sleep is the key to tomorrow's success, but that's irrelevant to you because you're Barry Manilow. $21.15, $9.15. all your money, didn't you? Hanging out with Bob Seger back in the 80s. You leaving, Herman? You come to say you remember me and then you're leaving? Did I miss something? Oh no, are we stopping? Oh no. I got the hazards on if you wondered. Yellow Corvette. Alright, Herman, I appreciate you dropping in, brother. Oh, you gotta go. Okay, Herman, I appreciate you dropping in, man. You enjoy the rest of your day. Smack that like button before you leave. Alright, so I don't think this lane's going to be it. Which lane y'all think it's going to be? I think I'm going to take the lane to the left. If I can. I don't know which lane it is. CB's broken. Get behind this Conestoga. There's your job. Apply online. PokeTrucking.com. 800-882-7673. You ain't even got a tarp because you got a Conestoga wagon. Since 1978. Out of Pearson, Georgia. He's an owner-operator. Hey, caretaker, how are you? No freaking comment. No freaking comment. That ain't no good, caretaker. That ain't no good now. But I understand you don't want to talk about it. You ain't got to. But we ain't gonna look at you no less of a man if you do. It's okay to talk about stuff, brother. Bad day. No food, no cash, no wheels. Oh man, I've been there. I know what you're going through. I have been there. Been no cash, no food, no wheels, no roof. You at the bottom, bro. There's only one way out, my friend. Hopefully you got a driver's license, a good driving record. Get on the phone, call the company, they'll get you a bus ticket, put you in a hotel, train you. If you ain't got no old lady and kids or nothing, that's the best thing you can do. You being on a bus, they'll get you the bus ticket. As long as you got a driver's license, man, and you got a good, decent driving record, they'll get you CDL, man. It'll change your life eventually. Just got to get through that initial part. Looks busy, yeah. It's something's going on, I believe. Accident or something, maybe construction. Welcome to the United States, Andy from the UK. Manilow just left. He's from the UK too. He's somewhere around Heathrow in London. Andrew Bush. I drove 22 years. Okay. Oh, so you're an older guy. Okay. Oh man. Drive 22 years. No cash, no wheels. Man, that's life can be cruel sometimes, brother. Trust me, I know all too well. And life don't care either. It do not care. Life will look at you and say, oh, you ain't got no money? Whatever. Oh, life will say, you ain't got no car, no money, no roof over your head, no food to eat? Whatever. That's what life says. It'll say, I don't care. Life will tell you, I don't care that you ain't got nothing. It's amazing. And that's just life, the invisible life. The people don't care either. That doesn't necessarily mean everybody, because there are people out there that do care, but they just can't do nothing about it. They don't have, like I care. I can't do nothing about it for you, caretaker. If I was rich, you can bet you about $1 I would. Or if I was financially more advanced, I would. But can't. I work. If you work for money, you ain't rich. Unless, you worked for, since you were 16 and saved every dime, you're probably pretty well right now. I live near the Sherwood Forest, Robin Hood land. I ain't never heard of it, Andrew. He was the owner of 15 of that, man. Must have went through a divorce and stuff. Owner op for 15 of it, man. You're probably making some money, especially back in the days you was doing that. You was probably making, you was running real hard. You was making over $300,000 a year. Depending on what you was hauling, you might have been making $400,000 or $500,000. Mostly reefer. Oh yeah, you was probably making good. You was making good. If you ran hard, yeah, you should have made every bit of every bit of 330,000, 340,000. But if you was even just running, you know, like 70%, you know, 60%. You know, I mean, you was making 200 grand. Especially back in the days you was doing that. You make $300,000 easy. You hauled Blue Bunny. Yeah, Blue Bunny's a good brand of ice cream. I don't know if it's real or not. A lot of ice cream out there these days that don't even melt. I can't believe there's not more people talking about this stuff. Hi, Doreen, or Bun, I don't know. Yeah, it's amazing that there's, you know, a lot of people know about how the food is, at least here in the States. You know, oh, let's buy this ice cream. Knowing, oh, well, it don't melt, and ice cream's supposed to melt, but we're going to buy it and eat it anyway. You'd think people would see this and, like, you know, somebody that could actually do something about it would get wind of it and like, hey, you know, this ain't right. You all can't be making ice cream that don't melt. There's something wrong with that. But, you know, the government don't care. I mean, the people that can do something about it are, you know, don't care, or they are paid off, you know. You know, that's corruption, you know, corrupted. So they won't do nothing about it. So the government, FDA, I mean, that's government. They like, oh, well, it's approved. Feed it to the people. They approve everything bad for you. They tell you to eat healthy, but then if you're a single man, you know, living on your own, so you spend $200 a week, just $200 a week, and you actually eat all week, every day of the week. You know, but if you know, transition, like, oh, well, I'm going to eat healthy. Now that $200 a week turned into like $450 a week. They forget to tell people, like, oh, eat healthy. They'll tell you eat healthy, but then, like, they won't tell you, oh, well, you're going to turn that $175, $200 food budget now into $400, $450. They won't tell you that though, but eat healthy. And if you don't pay it, it's your own fault. Like, you gotta be kidding me. The way people are, man, it's like, I mean, it's not unbelievable because you see it. It's something, I don't know what it is. Where are we? We're just south of Macon, Georgia, here in Byron City. Headed down to Orlando. There's a half-grown Smokey Bear sitting in the middle. Right here by the 149. Hey Mac, we'll drive safe, brother. We'll drive safe. Always do, every day. $165 a mile to the truck. 65 a 65 a drop. truck you have caretaking. You couldn't do that in this truck. You probably had a Freightliner. You can do it with a Freightliner. That's about bare minimum, almost. After old Smoky Bear, the K9 officer sitting in the middle, just past the 149, looking at the southbound side. Spotted. Looked like he put his truck on at Welfare Express. No way. No, it ain't. The letters are gone. Like who would put their truck on at Welfare Express? Ain't no way, son. Send this live to somebody who might like it. Like come in and chat and have a great time. Or somebody you think you know of that might want to be getting into trucking. Don't know how or want to get more information, send this to them. Tell them, hey, go talk to this guy. Go talk to him. He'll tell you everything. And these trucking companies don't pay me to say anything, so you know it's true. That's why they all fear me. Like, oh gosh, this guy's live on YouTube all the time. We ain't never gonna get rookie drivers in the door. He tells the truth. He tells them all that you're not a name, you're a number. this guy's telling them what they'll make. He's telling them about the profit margin that we'll take. You know, like I talk about TMC paying their drivers $500, $600, $700. But that truck ain't making no $500, $600, $700. That truck's making thousands of dollars, and they're paying their drivers $500, $600, $700, maybe $800. And they're taking thousands of dollars every single week of the month. So basically, you'll say that truck made, let's see here, let's say, you know, it made $24,000 this month. The truck did. You know, and they paid the drivers, you know, $625 each week, and the truck made $25,000. You know, and that was like, you know, that's a good, about an average month. So you do the math of a profit margin and what they just made off that driver, paying him $625 a week. Hello, Daryl. And then, you know, small truck, you know, fuel, you know, probably, let's say they pay small tanks. You know, they get fuel discounts, and you don't know what that is. You don't know what they pay. Full-grown Smokey sitting in the middle, staring at the southbound side. Knows if they got that truck paid off or anything. And then how they get drivers, they talk them into doing that lease purchase program, making them think that they're an owner-operator, but they're not. And then some of those companies, they won't tell them what the load's paid. And if you're working for a company, let's say you're like, oh, I want to try the lease purchase program. You know, and if you're doing that with any company that does not share the rate con, you're with the wrong company. That's a red flag right there. Red flag. That should tell you, ain't no way I'm doing this. Because if you're lease purchasing, you need to know what that load is paying. Instead of like, you know, because that load might be paying, depending on what you're hauling, that load might be, if you're doing reefer, it might pay $3,850 for this one load, and it's going 500 miles. And if they don't tell you that load's paying $3,800, you're with the wrong company. And if it's going 500 miles, depending on what company it is that you're leasing with, they may only pay you $1 a mile. So it's going 500 miles. You only made $500 out of that $3,800 load. And that left you with that left them with a profit margin of $3,300, and you only made $500. You're with the wrong company. So if they don't share the rate con with you, it's the wrong company, right there. Right off the rip, you know, right there. I better not do that. Because then your next load, you say you made $500 on that because they paid you $1 a mile. Say your next load is going 1,000 miles, and that load's paying $4,400. And now you've only made $1,000. And that, you know, and that profit margin on that one is $3,400, and you just made $1,000. So they're robbing blind. Trying to get it stable, Daryl. I don't know much about blood pressure. I think you can't eat salt. Daryl. Sorry that your blood pressure's high. Hope you get to feeling better. Maybe clear your mind. Clear your mind. This takes practice. Yes, sir, Daryl. Yes, sir. I got you, my friend. But back to the situation at hand. If you don't know the rate card, don't lease purchase with that company. And another thing is that if you can find a company that pays a percentage, generally percentages are the best. That's the best way you can get paid, is a percentage. And most of them will pay, like if you're using their authority or something, most of them will pay around the 80%, 80-ish percentage. And if you're lucky, you'll find one paying like 89 or 90% if you're lucky, which there's probably only one or two of them out there. Or somebody with their own authority, they may just be like, hey, you can use my authority, you can take 90%, just give me 10% for the authority, bada boom, you make it 90%. You don't want to, say you doing like flatbed or something. Flatbed pays pretty good, it depends. But if you're getting paid flatbed for the mile, you're not doing so good. But if you can, if you got experience and you can get away from these big companies, you can go on the prowl here and you can find a flatbed company and that pays a percentage, and that's where you're going to make the most money, unless they're paying like 20% or something, 18%. Now 25% ain't too bad if you can negotiate. Like, all right, like what I gotta do to get a little better than 25%, because 25% is weak. So what you want to do is try and start, depending on your experience, try to start to at the bare minimum 28% of the load. But yeah, I don't know if you heard that, but the bare minimum is, you can also do maybe 27. But the bare minimum, find a company that pays a percentage, and you know what the loads are paying, and so you can do the math. And there's companies out there that will pay you a percentage, let you know what the load's paying, but you want to at least start out somewhere between 27 and 28%. But your goal is to get to 30%. So, just starting out with a new guy, let's say you got 2 to 3 years experience in flatbed, chances are, and you run hard and you secure loads right, chances are you may be able to get right off the rip 30%. You may. But chances are you're going to get, 27, 28%. And then if you're good and you prove pretty cool, he might be like, all right, this dude, he knows you up to 30%. Boom. Like, okay, you proved yourself. Like, all right, here's your 30%. Get out there and get to work, and they'll give it to you. I know, because I've done it. That's why you got to get away from the big companies like Milton, Maverick, TMC, because you're half-grown Smoky Bear sitting in the middle, staring at the southbound side, spotted by the 130. That's what you got to do. You got to get your experience and get away from those big companies, because they will take you for everything, and they're laughing to the bank like, I can't believe these drivers are doing this for $650 a week. This driver's awesome. He's hauling loads. He's hammering down. Smoky Bear sitting in the middle by the 131 southbound, spotted. But yeah, they're laughing to the bank, these guys are. You out there making that truck, 30,000, 35,000, 28,000 a month. And they've only paid you roughly $2,600 that month. Yeah, of course they're going to call you like, oh, you're doing such a great job, driver. Your dispatch, or whatever they call them these days. Driver, manager, or something. I don't know what they call them these days. If you're a dispatcher, you dispatch trucks. That dispatcher might have anywhere between 5 and 20 trucks he's dispatching, and he's making a commission. You got to get away from these big companies, man. They're taking you for everything. Now, unless, say you're one of the lucky drivers, they might be paying you good, but you've probably been there 15 years, and then they'll finally start paying you good. Oh, guys, I made $3,200 this week. How long did it take you to do that, driver? Oh, about 17 and a half years. I'd say, I don't know if y'all ever hear anybody else talk say this stuff about stuff. I won't lie to you. I've lived it. You got something wrong, you got to get on the freaking logbook, send messages that take 10 minutes to figure it all out. It don't work properly, and it's ridiculous. Instead of picking up the phone, like, hey, yo, what's up? I'm broke down right now. I had a brake chamber go out on me. I'm gonna cage it off real quick. Go down here to the shop down here, But they don't want you working on their trucks. You can't even work on Like, all you do is caging the brake chamber off, get you to a place to get it fixed. Whoop-de-doo, don't pay the road call. Like, oh, well, that'll be $1,200. Like, what? But they're multi-millionaires, that company might be worth $900 million. But you see why they're worth so much? I just told you. Making 28,000, 35,000, upwards of $40,000 a month. If not, sometimes depending on what's going on, it could be more than that. And then they're paying that driver $600, $700, $800 a week. That's why they're worth like, you know, $2 billion company, $900 million company, trucking company. Because they rob the drivers, the people out here doing the hard work. They're going to give them crap money. And then, you know, for a new driver, they get into it and they're like, oh, well, you complaining? This is how they get them. How you doing, young man? I'm doing all right. Hey, Thomas. I'm doing all right, buddy. Just talking about a little bit of trucking over here. And then how they get rookie drivers is like, you know, they'll go to school, whatever. They'll become a company driver. They'll do their training. And what they'll do is, you know, start doing their driving. And if they're coming from a job like McDonald's or something, getting paid bi-weekly, and going from that to making $500, $600, $700 a week, and then they'll tease them sometimes. They're like, oh, here's you a $900 check. And eventually, you know, they'll be like, oh, here's a $1,200 check. Just occasionally. But then, you know, they'll do just as hard the following week, make $600. And what happens is they'll wait for you to complain. They're like, you know, something's got to give here. I got bills and a family to take care of. And then this is how they get you. Like, well, hey, you know, before you quit, you know, you can lease a truck. You know, you can increase your money up, you know, like $2,000 a week. You know, or they'll tell you like, oh, you can make $7,000, $8,000 a week. But you got to everything. So the best thing you can do is if you do proceed to do that, you got to read and understand something. And if you don't, see if you can't take this paperwork, take it to a lawyer, and, you know, maybe force him $100 and see if he'll explain it to you. Because what, you know, they'll tell you things like, oh, well, you're, depending on what truck you get, you may have to pay, you know, you'll pay on that truck payment every single week, like $1,000 a week. Then you got your fuel deductions, and, you know, they'll take money out of it into what they call a maintenance fund. Yeah, going to Florida, Thomas. What they call a maintenance fund. And they will automatically take this out of your check, like the truck payment, say $1,000 a month. I mean, not a month, a week. And then whatever else expenses the truck had. So you'll come out, you know, making, you know, $1,600, $1,700, $2,000, $2,200 a week. But here's the catch. But the truck made like say $8,000 that week, and you're only taking home $17,000, $2,000. So anyway, they're about to make this thing. They'll take money out every week for a maintenance thing, and it could be upwards of like $5,000 to $10,000 for this maintenance fund. And a lot of companies, what they will do is if you have this maintenance fund and you get it up to whatever their standard thing is, say 10 grand. And okay, you made your 10 grand to the maintenance fund. And that took you a while. And so that's for like a big problem happened, something big, you know, engine blew up. But 10,000 ain't enough to repair the engine. But anyway, and then like if you're like, well, I'm not liking this. I don't like this lease purchase program. I've, you know, got a buddy working here and says this is better. But say you're like, okay, I'm gonna leave. Well, that 10 grand you put in that maintenance fund, they will not give it to you. They'll keep it. That's why you gotta read. Like I think Western Express or Welfare Express, they have a maintenance fund. I think it's $5,000. And if you leave, they won't give it to you. They'll keep it. Got a Smoky Bear in the left lane, southbound side. And that's just, but that's in the program. You gotta, if you can't understand everything, they're not going to explain it to you perfectly. So you want to try and take it to a lawyer. Maybe, hopefully, $50, $100, he'll read it and explain it to you. And then you can find out if it's feasible or not, because that's crooked. You get a maintenance fund, $5,000, $10,000, and then you're like, well, I'm not liking this program, and you want to leave. Don't keep that money, and that's your money that you paid into. Real crooked, you got to be careful. So just right off the rip, if they're telling you, like, they're not telling you that what the load's paying, you will not ever know what the load's paying. That's the first red flag right there. Do not do it. Because people will know, like, oh my God, I made $2,000 this week as a lease purchase operator. And for somebody that, left McDonald's and went to be a company driver and, making $800 a week, that's good money to them. And then they're like, well, I need a little bit more money. And they do that and they make a $2,000 check. They think, oh my God, this is amazing. When it's not. Don't fall for it. If you're a company driver for these companies, and you're like, I've been thinking about that lease thing. It depends on what company you're in. The first thing you say is like, well, will I know the rate card? Will I acquire the rate card? In the rate card, how much that you'll get it. It'll tell you how much that load's paying to take it from A to B. Orlando, but if they don't share the rate card with you, that's the red flag right there. Don't do it. Do not do it. Now, if you get the rate card and you're making a percentage, say 30%, that's a good deal. So then what you want to do is read, figure out the rest of whatever's in that contract and what it all means, and you might have a good deal. But another thing, once you do that, you are a contractor, meaning you are not an employee. The company will not pay your taxes, and taxes can be paid quarterly or yearly. I believe, unless the rules have changed, if you're a 1099 contractor, for the first year, you don't have to pay quarterly. But the second year, you have to pay quarterly or something like that. But there, I'm not an accountant or anything, and this is all a disclaimer, This is all entertainment purposes only. Everything I said is entertainment purposes only. So if you're a 1099 contractor, you say you're making just a flat rate every week. Say you're bringing home $2,000 every single week. Like, all right, I paid all my expenses. My profit margin is $2,000 every week, which ain't good. And in my opinion. And then what you got to do after that, because you're a 1099 contractor, you're your own boss technically. You have to pay your own taxes. So now, out of that $2,000, you need to take out I would recommend taking out at minimum 25% out of every $2,000 you make. 25%. And what you want to do with that, well, I ain't gonna talk about that part. But, you know, because Uncle Sam's gonna come, he's gonna come knocking. And this is what this should be. Because a lot of, you know, they don't know. Say hello to Mickey. I sure will, Thomas. But Uncle Sam's gonna come knocking. So in all reality, you know, you made $2,000, but you still got to take Uncle Sam's cut out of every single check. And always take 25% just to be on the safe side. That's probably a little bit more than you need to, but it might be right at that perfect point. And every check, 25%, 25%, 25%. But again, this is just disclaimer, entertainment purposes only. I'm not an accountant. I'm just an ignorant duck diver that don't know what he's talking about. Entertainment purposes only. But if you do decide to do something like that, you're gonna have to stay out, you know, for a while. You know, especially in the market, the way the market is right now. You're gonna want to stay out as a owner operator or a brand new, right out of the front of the gate. You know, like you just got the truck Monday. You know, this past Monday. You're gonna want to leave and start running, and you're going to want to stay out at least 4 to 5 weeks before you go home. And when you do go home after 4 or 5 weeks, you want to go home for the bare minimum, 34 hours, you know, maybe 48 hours, maybe 2 days. It depends, but as long as you're not home on a weekday. And then you're going to want to leave immediately for another 4 or 5 weeks. And then after 4 or 5 weeks, do the same thing. Come home for 34 hours or 48 hours, as long as you're not home on Monday. And then go back out another 4 or 5 weeks. And after you do this about 3 times, maybe 4 times, you can kind of start slowing it down a little bit. You got to get ahead of the game. That's the goal in the very beginning. You got to get ahead of the game. So you may want to do that. You want to at least do that 3 times. Out 4 or 5 weeks. Come home for 34 to 48 hours and leave. Do that about at minimum 3 times. Bare minimum. But in all reality, you probably want to do that, you know, yeah, at least three times, but try 6 times. So, I mean, you'll be working most of the year. That first year, is if you go at it hard that first year, you should, you know, you put your taxes up and all that good stuff. It should be, the second year shouldn't be as hard as the first year. It shouldn't be so go. You kind of start taking it easy because you made a big cushion for yourself. And then if you do that, and then like Uncle Sam comes knocking, like, oh, Uncle Sam, I'm prepared. Here's your cut. And then do the same thing for the second year. You know. But always keep track of the mathematics. Because it's either it's all about the math, man. It's all about the math. That's what it's going to either make you or break you. And be sure to put up money for maintenance. Should be just fine. And another thing is what really gets people is these trucks run off DEF, diesel exhaust fluid. And so what happened is these trucks, DEF system will go out around anywhere between 300, if you're lucky, you'll make it 600,000 miles before it does. And, it doesn't really take long to put that many miles on a truck. And then what happens is this bankrupts people. So when that system goes out, it's going to cost you at minimum roughly, anywhere, if you're lucky, you'll pay $10,000 to repair it. And you may pay upwards of $20,000, $25,000. And this is where it really destroys people. So what a lot of people do, if you know what I'm talking about, which I'm not going to say that. That's, I ain't going to tell you to do it or not do it. But all I can tell you to do is be prepared when that time comes. Hard with the family, isn't it? Brandon, Childers. It's not too bad. It's Brandon, like, if you got a family, that's an amazing thing to have. But really it depends on whether you're male or female or whatever you claim you are. We ain't got to be all specific here. But it all depends on who you choose for a partner. It's not for everybody. It ain't. There's men out there that want their lady home every night. There's women out there that want their lady home or man home every night. It's not for every couple. It isn't. And for some, it works out fine. There's some people that genuinely are loyal, faithful people. They're out there. Believe it or not, they are out there. So it's all about your partner. And really, you'll never know if they can do it or not until you're doing it. But it's like, if you're home every weekend, a lot of times I just work 4 days a week, Monday to Thursday. But there's been times I've been gone for weeks at a time. And, I've been blessed, and, I had the right woman for it. And we make it all work. I don't worry about a thing. Now, if you got a troublesome mind in relationships and you stress, like, oh my gosh, what if my boyfriend's cheating, or what if my girlfriend's cheating, you're probably going to be in trouble. You're probably not going to make it. So, from my experience, though, Brandon, it's not hard. Yeah, Grizz. Yes, sir. Hope you had a good day, brother. It's 5 a.m. in Thailand. All right. I think I'm gonna cook breakfast. All right. What's for breakfast, Thomas? Steak and eggs, I hope. It's not bad. It just depends on yourself and the person you choose. choose for a partner. No, it's not for everybody. But for, my experience, it's pretty easy. I know it's hard on the old lady sometimes because we got 2 kids now, and she's pretty strong. I'm there for her when I'm home. She doesn't complain. I don't really complain either. It is what it is. It's like if you got a boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever, and y'all are, you're not even involved in trucking, and you got ordinary jobs, this is an ordinary job, but I mean an ordinary job where you're home every day at factory, post office, fast food, sit down restaurant, whatever, ordinary job where you're home every night or whatever. If anybody in a relationship wants to cheat in that relationship, it does not matter if you're gone for the week, gone for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever. It doesn't matter if you're home every single night. If anybody wants to cheat in that relationship, there's nothing you can do to stop it. It's going to happen. So it doesn't matter if you're home every night or you're gone for the week or 2 weeks, 3 weeks. If it's going to happen, there's nothing you can do. It's going to happen. So the best thing to do is understand that and be like, yeah, that's, that's true. If anybody's going to cheat, they're going to do it. There's nothing you can do to stop it. And just don't worry about it, and make the best life you can. I'd say I'm a trucking buddy. Oh yeah, I just got home and thought I'd say to my trucking buddy, all right, yeah, Grizz, I appreciate it, brother. Hang in there. I'm hanging in there, Thomas. I got a long way to go yet. We're going to be trucking it up for a little while. Literally all day. But yeah, it doesn't matter if you're home every day or not. If somebody's going to if they want to cheat or they are cheaters, they're going to cheat. So don't stress it too much. We're hauling medical supply, Grizz. Full load of it. 26 pallets. I believe it's 26. Let me check. Yeah, 26 pallets. Medical supply. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is, though. People cheat, Some people don't. Some people are truly loyal and faithful. Some people, there's nothing you can do to get them to cheat. That loyal. So imagine if they're that loyal to the person they're with. Imagine how loyal and faithful they are to Jesus Christ. If you can find somebody loyal, you should keep them. As long as they're good to you, You got to be good to each other. Florida bound, let's go. 74 degrees now. Getting down here in Ray's neck of the woods. Our high school kid that jumps in the chat sometimes. I'm surprised he ain't been in here today. So any questions about all that I just said? And also just remember, it's all entertainment purposes only. None of it was stamped fact. None of it. That's the disclaimer. I didn't mean anything I said. None of it. And as a matter of fact, it was all lies. Entertainment purposes only. Can't say it enough. I pleaded the fifth gear. I like it. I plead the fifth gear. Grizz, I'll probably be heading in the vicinity. Whether I go to the house or not is unknown. Up, Smokey Bear sitting in the middle, staring at the northbound side. I lost track of what mile sticker we're at. It's I'm just going to assume it's a full-grown Smokey Bear. Why is he even a Ford Mustang? Is that a Mustang or a Porsche? That's a Mustang GT out here by the 90. Mile sticker 90, staring at the northbound side. Smokey Bear spotted. Lights and everybody let them know. Just so you know, copy that. All right. Just so you know, if you pass a Smokey sitting somewhere and you flash your lights at oncoming traffic, that is perfectly legal. That is considered freedom of expression under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. considered communication, speech. So if you didn't know, now you know. So if the cop pull you over for that, you know, you can, that'll be thrown out in court if he does write you a ticket. But it's not meant to argue on the shoulder, but you can explain to him that. You can be like, hey, that is been ruled by the Supreme Court of the United States. It's falls under the First Amendment of freedom of speech, freedom of expression. So go ahead and write that ticket, officer. It'll be threw out in court. Ready for the great solar flash. All right, that's all we need. Tell us more. Tell us more, I am light. I heard this thing about, I don't remember what they called it, Project something, where like, I don't, some year NASA's doing something where they, remember this is just disclaimer, this is all entertainment purposes only, where they're working on something to, some kind of gravity thing. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Like where like they like, allegedly are able to like turn off gravity to where like everything will float up in the sky for like 7 minutes or something. Again, entertainment purposes only. I don't remember what they call that. The name of it was supposed to happen like 2030 or something, 2032, I don't remember. But don't be scared. Don't be scared of anything. It just makes no sense to be scared. And my reason being is because it does not matter what I do, I will not get out of this world alive, no matter what. So ain't no reason to be scared of anything. That's my philosophy. I think we got an unmarked Smoky Bear on the left shoulder, on the left lane, headed southbound. Can't tell. Can't tell if it is or not. If it is, he's unmarked. No, it ain't. Alright, let's hammer down. But you never know Georgia, man. Georgia's sneaky now. They're like little kids down here. They sneaky. Because I know that tent right there is at least 5%. That's illegal. But, you know, if you buy it that way, like, how can you, the manufacturer, do it, knowing it's illegal in most places to have like 5% tint, but they manufacture it that way? You buy it, you're paying for the tint as well. Everything on that vehicle, you're paying for. And then some, because they have a profit margin. because they got to make a profit to continue to make vehicles, and they've made a ton of money in profit. But then say you're paying for the tint, you know, because you are, and it's illegal tint. You bought it that way from the manufacturer. So then, you know, the police pull you over for it, like, hey, your tint is like over the legal limit. And also, another thing, here's something you probably didn't know, that checking your tint falls under the 4th Amendment. So they technically are not allowed to check it. Smoky Bear headed northbound by the 81 over 5. They technically spotted. They technically can't check it because that's considered a search. But anyway, if you just like, okay, yeah, whatever, check it. They say, oh, it's illegal. We're going to tear this off right here, right now. There's got to be a way, because that is property damage. You paid for that. So there's got to be some way, somehow, to be like, well, okay, like the only way I'm doing this because I paid for that is, and that's considered property damage. And look at yours, you got illegal tint. And if you're going to tear it off, the county, the state, somebody's got to be reimbursing me for this. Because if you're in Virginia like that, they're going to tear it off right on the side of the road. And I'd say Georgia will too. But again, that's considered a search under the 4th Amendment. And, you know, and without consent, they technically can't check it. And if they just so happen like, well, I'm going to, that's a violation of your 4th Amendment rights of the U.S. Constitution. Of no illegal searches or seizures of one's property. And, so, you know, much more thing. Castle doctrine. Greetings from Durban again. All right, greetings. Holy crap, Old Dominion. Hey, Harry. I mean, you know, it's like, okay, well, you know, if that happens to you, just like record it. Obviously, record it all. Record it all. And then mention the fact, well, you got illegal tint, you know. Like, the state's law clearly says you can't have that. So go over and tear yours off as well. Ain't no special privileges, double standards. Ain't supposed to be, because that would be considered corruption. But what do I know? I'm just a truck driver. And this is all just entertainment purposes only. Hello! Hello! Say Dorcas? Dorcas Krieger? Oh, see blue lights up here ahead. Right shoulder, southbound. Spotted. Past Old Dominion, and he fell in behind me. So I'm gonna go ahead and get over because I saw blue lights up here just past the 77. I don't know if it's a half-grown Smoky or full-grown Smoky, but he's been spotted like 3 miles in advance. Come on over, bucket truck. Come on over. Like he pulled in, that don't even look like a 45-foot trailer. Like a 30-foot trailer. He's got a trailer. That ain't just a dump bucket. It's a bucket truck. Bucket trucking. I didn't know they had bucket trucking down this far in Georgia. Looks like he's been hauling tar or something. I don't know. He ain't got tar in that. It's cold. Maybe some asphalt. Yeah, it kind of looks like asphalt. There he is on the shoulder there. Two of them. What is it though? What are they? Unmarked. Oh, no. Three half-grown Smoky Bears right here for one little car. Well, you know, usually they do that when either that person believes they done nothing wrong and they are invoking their rights and they feel like the officer is violating them, so they request a supervisor, or it's because they may be well known and they come in force, or it could be because one's a rookie, so you know maybe they've been hanging out and they all just go to the same spot, or it's an intimidation tactic. You know, it could be a multitude of things. But we're not there, so we have no idea. We can only speculate. Good afternoon, Daniel. Well, good evening to you. I consider evening after 5 o'clock. How was your day, brother? Hey, Alfonso. Y'all smack that like button. lay the subscribe button out on its back. Slap the like button around a little bit. Yeah, you gotta have a little fun with it. Safari campground, make wild family memories. There's probably a few different ways you can take it. High trucker game, Alfonso. Alfonso, what country are you in? I don't remember. Hello from Indiana, Jason. Did you say Jasani? Sorry, I didn't mean to call you Jason. I just saw the name Jason. Jasani. What part of Indiana? I used to live in Indiana. Well, I'll tell you where I used to live. I used to live in Marion, Indiana, and I used to live in Hartford City, Indiana, and I lived in on Meridian Street in Indianapolis for a brief little while. Oh, you're in the USA? I'm in the USA too, Alfonso. Down here in South Georgia. Trucking it down to Orlando, Florida. Trucking it up, my friends. Truck it up. Got something on the shoulder, look like a side-by-side. Don't know what they do. What's he doing? It's construction workers. They got a side-by-side construction zone town. Interesting. Oh, Seymour, okay. I like Seymour. Ain't that where, what's his name? What's that guy's name? Ain't he from Seymour? I can't even think of his name now. Little pink house is for you and me. You and me. Man, I can't think of his name now. I'm headed to Orlando, Florida. I'll be there about 3 hours or so. 3.5 hours. Something like that. Yeah, John Mellencamp, that was it, John Mellencamp. Ain't he from Seymour? Luis Carlos, Brazil. Welcome in, Brazil. I'm Gunner from the United States of America in the state of Georgia, headed to Orlando, Florida. Yes, sir. All right. Where does he live there, you think? He's probably an old man now, ain't he? He's still kicking, ain't he? I believe he is. You don't hear nothing about him no more. I guess he only got big for a short little while and then he just retired. Okay, until then. All right. Luis Carlos. I don't speak Portuguese, like literally anything in Portuguese, so sorry. I speak a little bit of Spanish. That's about it. And a whole lot of English. With a little bit of a southern spin on it, you know what I'm saying? I do not know. Oh yeah, you don't know. Yeah, I don't either. I guess you must be around my age or maybe younger. assuming you are generation millennials or generation Z. Which, you know, millennials all pretty much know who John Mellencamp is. You had a friend that was Brazilian, and so you learned a bit of Portuguese here and there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, lucky you. I think that everybody should try and learn a different language. You know, Spanish is for at least English-speaking Americans. Spanish is like, you know, you'll catch on to it fairly easily. It's not that hard. It's when you get into like Chinese and Russian, Arabic, stuff like that, you know, especially Chinese and Russian, it's pretty different. Mandarin. Yeah, driving W900, 18-speed manual, hammer down, come on. Right, probably not enough to have a conversation. Yeah, I think we all know like how to say something in Chinese, but like you don't know what it says. You know what I mean? Like chow chom. Like I don't even know what I said. I have no idea. But that's how they sound though. And that's kind of hard to do. Like, I mean, it would probably, you know, like Spanish, if you studied Spanish just, you know, maybe an hour a day or even just 20, 30 minutes every single day for 6 months, you'll be speaking Spanish pretty good. Now, if you've done it for a year, you'll be speaking it, you know, really good. If you've done it for another year, for 2 years, you'll be speaking Spanish fluently. Now, Mandarin, you know, and maybe Russian, it may take you a little bit longer. It may take you a year and a half to really just try and get it. But the first thing you want to do learning another language is write down the alphabet. That's the first thing you should do. Is it back yet? Is the video back yet? I think something happened somehow. Sometimes it does weird stuff. Sometimes it just does weird stuff. Yeah, it's back. All right, cool. I closed out the live and went back into YouTube and resumed it. Sometimes that's all it takes. It done that earlier too. It doesn't do that often. It must have been like a real weird spot back there. So I apologize about that. I mean, that's out of my control, really. You know, I have like a little help from Starlink through my phone carrier. I don't actually have the antenna. You know, not big enough to opt in to the actual Starlink system. I can connect to the truck, you know what I'm saying? Maybe one day when the YouTube channel's doing good, but it's doing okay now, but it ain't generating, you know, much money, to be honest with you. And I don't get a lot of donations either. And all that does, you know, what I plan on doing if the channel ever does good enough, I'm going to turn it into a business. And, you know, all the money will obviously Now, if it's a business, it's all, I'm going to invest all the money it earns back into the business, to the channel, so it will, you know, maybe even do better. But right now, you know, it's why if you go to my actual channel, it looks like crap, you know, it just looks so basic. For a couple of different reasons, because I don't really know what I'm doing, and I don't have the time, really, and I don't really have a huge following, you know, and it's like, I think I just, you know, got people on the channel just like myself that just, you know, just ordinary folks just hanging out like you would, you know, anywhere else. You know, I mean, that's why you can go to an established channel that's got like 2 million subscribers or even 500,000 subscribers, and it's like, you know, it's kind of established. You know, I don't know how to edit. I can't hire an editor, you know. Plus, like, I don't have the time. So I'm just doing the best I can, you know, with the time that I do have. Do a lot of truckers live stream? I believe they do. I mean, you could just go into YouTube search and probably hit type in truckers, and then probably a whole bunch of people, all kinds of different people probably show up. But I only think there's a few of us that live stream almost every day. You know, you'll see guys from these bigger companies, and they won't live stream. I've never seen them live stream, not driving, you know, trucking down the road, you know. Their company probably doesn't allow it. You drive a dumpster truck? I drive a dumpster truck, I'm scared too. What do you mean you're scared? I drive a W9 18-speed heavy haul. I am in Fort Myers. I'm on my way down to Florida. I drive a W9. Hey, Jason, Jasani. Hey, man. I'm moving to Florida, and I want to get into heavy hauling when I get down there. And I'll be moving in like 3 weeks or something. So that's something I'm wanting to get into. Tim Ward, Pete's Crayon donated $10, brother. You said you don't get many donations. I hope this helps at least a little bit. I don't get paid till next week. Hey, brother, you didn't have to do that, but yeah, I wasn't lying to you. I don't. I believe this is the first donation of the week, man, and somebody sent me, I think last week, which it was on Sunday, I believe, somebody, a subscriber on a video that wasn't live, donated $5, and so that was appreciated, and it's been like 2 or 3 weeks since anybody's donated anything, something like that. No, I think last week, Dewana donated $10 and $5. It doesn't. It's usually a lot of times that nobody donates the entire week, and even another week, and sometimes people, you know, just randomly throw $5 out or $2 or $1.99. But yeah, Time Warp, I really appreciate that, brother. But yeah, I don't get many donations. I don't have like I'm not a channel, you know how you see live sometimes, like these big YouTubers, and there'll be people sending money like crazy, comments be flying through. It's like, man, you got like 7 million subscribers, that's crazy. I'm just, you know, and they don't work for a living. They, you know, or they, whatever work they do is like stuff that none of us do. I drive a truck, you know. Time Warp, you can stop donating now. YouTube are greedy. They take cuts of money. Yeah, they do. See, you're aware of that. Do you know how much they take for every donation you send? That's why, like, a lot of people have their Cash App up because, like, you just donated $12. Hey, Timothy, what's up? So, like, that's why a lot of times people like to donate to Cash App. So, you know, YouTube don't take like 40%, I think. It's 30% for, you know, so the $10 you sent, I'll get $7 of it. But there's a catch to all of this. And so, like, there's something else too. I'd have to go read it. They take 40% of something. I can't remember what it is now. I have to go read it. So, like, if you sent $12, like you just sent now, to like Cash App, I would get the entire $12. But where you donated it through YouTube, I won't. And also, YouTube will take their 30%, and then for the $12 you sent, I have to pay taxes on that for the money I'll get from it after YouTube takes their cut. So yeah, I got to pay taxes for everything sent. But, and another thing, I can't claim the money or invest it into my channel until I reach a mark, and I believe it's like $100, and I've not reached that yet. And I think I can tell you all this. There's a lot of stuff you read that tells you not to say anything, but I think you can on this because I've heard other people on live say it. You don't have Cash App, unfortunately. That's okay. Oh, you don't think you're old enough to have it? Are you in the U.S.? I have a broker that do heavy haul. You got a broker that do heavy haul? Okay, I got you. Man, I'd like to get into that. I'm gonna be some, you know, around Tampa. So if you got some connections there, Jason, Jasani, I don't know how you say your name, Jason or Jasani. I don't know, so my apologies, brother. But if you got somebody you know, you got a connection somewhere, and I can give them a call or something, that'd be great. I mean, I think, Time Warp, I think all you got to do is be 18 and have Cash App, I think. I'm not real sure. Jason, okay. I just wanted to make sure I don't... Because, like, one of an embarrassing thing would be, like, reading somebody's name and you're pronouncing it wrong, and then they get upset instead of like, hey, it's this is how you pronounce it. But then if, like, I can't pronounce it, I'll straight up tell them, like, hey, I don't want to butcher your name. You know, just out of respect. Okay, so I'm probably just barely old enough to have Cash App. Well, if you're barely old enough, you seem pretty mature, you know, because most people your age, they'll jump in the chat and they'll say weird stuff and troll, you know. But every now and then there's people around your age and even younger, because I got high school students that jump in the chat and talk. You know, that's how I know they're probably good kids or good young adults, is they can jump in the chat, you know, be mature about it, have a conversation respectfully. Hey, James Spencer. But yeah, it's okay. It's okay to, you know, time work, just donate to the channel, brother. Unless you want to, you know, make Cash App and, you know, get my Cash App information and do it that way, or you can donate it to the channel. It doesn't matter to me. It's however people that want to do it, it's however they want to do it. Because, you know, if the channel ever does really good, I'm gonna just turn it into put it under an LLC and make it, you know, make it into a business, have a business account, you know, obviously still, even now, I gotta pay the taxes for all the money sent, you know, that, which is not enough for anything. But I plan on, if it does really well, you know, if it's feasible, I'm gonna turn it into a business and reinvest everything into the business, buy like better cameras, get better equipment, maybe one day hire somebody that can edit my stuff or teach me to edit it, and just make better content and new channels where I can do other things outside of trucking, you know, because a lot of times I do whatever on this channel, you know. Stay safe out there. All right. Ernest, does I say Ernest Green? Ernest Green. All right. You go to Florida, Ernest? I know a guy named Ernest in Florida. A fellow, oh yeah, you said fellow trucker, so he doesn't drive a truck. Yes, sir, Ernest, brother. You stay safe, brother. We headed down to the Sunshine State. All good, can say Jason, JJ or Jason. I got you, Jason. I know this younger dude, which he's a young adult now, and we've always called him JJ, so I don't think I can use JJ, because every time I say it, I think about him. So I know a few Jasons. I know so many that it's like, I can call you Jason, you know, and I don't think about them. JJ, Jason, either one works for me. Gunner is great. Follow, hit, like, and subscribe. I appreciate that, Grizz. You know, I never knew that there'd be people that's like, you know, Gunner's pretty cool, man. Y'all hit that like, subscribe button, you know. I'm just me, you know, I'm just me. So hopefully being a millennial doesn't bother anybody. I can't help what generation I was born into. I could have been born 1,500 years ago, but I wasn't. As far as I'm aware of. As far as I'm aware of, this is the only life I've ever had. One who lives near one yell. What's that supposed to mean? Had to tail swing my trailer. I saw a car back there. I didn't know who it was. I don't really see why your generation would bother anyone. Yeah, me either, Time Ward. As far as I'm aware of, we don't bother nobody. We grew up before the advancement of technology. So it's, you know, we were just kind of young when cell phones came out, like on the scale it did. So they've been around, cell phones been around since the 80s, but like you never seen them. You never seen them in the 90s, you know. I remember in the 90s, I'd never seen a cell phone except on TV. And they had the cell phones from the 80s, which were not efficient to even purchase, and plus they were like $1,000, and $1,000 in 1993 was a lot of money. 1981. All right. 1981, established myself. All right, I was established in 1988. Dang, Time Warp. You was born 2008. Gosh almighty, that makes you feel old. But although I know I'm not, I graduated high school in 2007, Time Warp. Man. I got, graduated high school in 2007, and then Time Warp, born in 2008. Now it's 2026, and he's donating $12 to the channel. That's amazing when you think about it. That's amazing. So I was either 18 or 19 years old when you were born, Time Warp. Gunner in my truck, comments 850. Right, I was like, dang, in class 2000, Griswold went out. Okay, Gris. You was class of 2000? I was the class of 07. I was, my class, for my high school, my class was the like, freshman year. We was the first kids, because we had a new high school. We was the first class of that school to go through all 4 years of the school, the brand new school, the class of 07. Because we got a brand new high school. And the class of 07 was the class to go through the first 4 years of high school. 9th grade, 10th, 11th, 12th. And, I mean, it's kind of cool, Kind of don't, it really means nothing, but it's kind of cool. We was the first class to go through all four grades in that school. Hey, somebody sent me a bronze medal. Hey, Mentorium muffins. I suppose time advanced quickly. It does, Time Warp. It does. Enjoy it while it lasts. And don't drink too much liquor, because it goes faster. I think everybody should try getting drunk at least 2 or 3 times. That first time's a doozy now, I tell you. But you can get a tolerance to it. You'll be able to drink 20 beers and not even throw up. You'll be able to drink a fifth of liquor and begin to drink a half of one and you won't even throw up. I ain't drunk a fifth. Probably about 6, 7 years, 8 years, something like that. I think the last time I drank a fifth was probably 28, 29 years old. I don't drink like that no more. I'll maybe drink 14 beers, 15 beers. I'll sip a little bit of whiskey. Not too much, but I'll drink a lot of water too. That's the key to it. If you do drink, the key to a lighter hangover is have you some bottles of water, and make sure you drink your water. And when you wake up the next day, you could be, like you could have drunk a lot, felt good last night. But when you wake up, where you drink water, you're not going to feel that bad. Yeah, I know you don't, Time Warp. You ain't even old enough, Time Warp, but you're old enough to go to combat, but you ain't old enough to drink, son. I swear there's a chicken house down here somewhere. beer before liquor make you sicker. Liquor before beer, have no fear. Yeah, I always heard it was, how'd it go? I don't remember, but it was something, liquor before beer, you're in the clear. Did you check out my channel? Oh, Tex, I forgot, man. Let me screenshot that comment. I screenshotted it. I thought about that yesterday when you said that, and I was like, I was thinking to myself, I ain't got to screenshot it, but I did this time. I totally forgot, brother. My dad used to tell me stories of him chugging Everclear. Oh yeah, you don't ever drink Everclear, man. Ever. Never, ever, ever. Never. Moonshine ain't even like Everclear. Moonshine, it'll mess you up now, don't get me wrong. Everclear, got a toothache though, get you some Everclear or moonshine. Authentic, real moonshine, not the stuff you can buy at the liquor store now. That ain't real moonshine. I'm talking like 200 proof. That's right, Grizz. Hydration is key in the booze game. It's a fact. Water will make your hangovers way more tolerable. Way more. Like, you won't even have a headache, or you might develop a headache 4 hours later, but it'll be minor. It won't be a head buster. You just have to drink enough water. You'll wake up and you'll feel a little bit of a hangover, and that's about it. And it'll wear off a lot quicker too, maybe like an hour, 2 hours tops. But water is the key. Water is the key to hangovers. Just drink it while you're drinking. Some horses on video, so at least you get an idea. All right, Tex. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm gonna have to remember to do that. Do I find you by Tex Boogeyman? Yep, that's right, Griswold. Everclear. Nope, no sir. He said I'm retired on that. Oh, another thing. Time warp, if you ever do, you will get older, one day, you're 25 years old, you might have a bad day, and you're like, oh man, forget everything, and you walk into a liquor store or a beer store, and you're like, I ain't never drank, I'm gonna get that Mad Dog 2020, that Jubilee looks really good. And you take a swig of it when you get to the house, and you're like, hey, this tastes pretty good. So the next thing you know, you're chugging it. Like, oh, this is pretty good, I like it. And then the next thing you know, you wake up. And then hopefully you wake up at least somewhere in your house. Oh yeah. Yeah, it does. It's existing. I mean, it is good. It is, but I mean, it'll rock your world now. It's wine. It'll come in like yellow, like a cherry-looking black, orange. I think the orange is called Jubilee. I ain't drank it in a long time. I got one a long time ago, man. I don't remember how old I was. I think I was like 15 or something. And I got me a couple bottles at, it won't say Mad Dog, it'll say MD 2020. Here's that chicken house. out removing paint or not time for, but it just say MD 2020, and I don't really know if it stands for Mad Dog, which I'm sure it does. I ain't drank it since that one bad time I had with it. And when I had to, you know, regurgitate it all, and buddy, it just seemed like it wouldn't stop. And after that, I never drank it again. Not Mad Dog anyway. I drank a lot of other stuff, but I never drank Mad Dog again. Intruder lurking in there, yeah, it ain't no good. Keep on trucking, put the pedal to the metal. We have been, Jeff. We have been, my friend. I don't know what everybody else does on their channels, but we hammer down and get the job done over here. Although you can say you get the job done, but in trucking the job ain't never done. You're all right, Mr. Somebody. I don't know why you come up to the chicken house, everybody wants to slow way down. Goodness gracious. Late 90s for me, plus that evil potion called Cisco wine. Cisco wine. Some rock gut Kool-Aid. I tell you, oh yeah, there's some rock gut stuff out there. You know, I got like an iron stomach, buddy. I can drink and eat anything. The job ain't done till you get back home to Indiana. Put the truck in the barn, all right. But you down in Florida, ain't you, Jason? Thought you was down in Fort Myers. Or you must be down in Fort Myers. If you're in Fort Myers, we'll pass each other somewhere. Might be trucking up north together if you're down here in Fort Myers. That'd be awesome, Jason. We can truck back up to Tennessee together all the way. Might have Jason there alive if he's down here in Fort Myers trucking it up. Makeup. Now, rock gut Kool-Aid's been around for decades. There's an old song. What's that song called? Something about the Kool-Aid. I mean, it was back years ago. Colorado Kool-Aid. That's it. Colorado Kool-Aid. I don't remember who sings it. I mean, I ain't heard it in a long time. Bernie Mac. I'm going to stop at the truck show in Orlando. It's supposed to start Saturday. Okay. Don't stop till Sunday. Wonder if my folks will be there at that truck show. I drive for, this is my uncle's company, I drive for him, and he takes trucks to shows sometimes. Might be. We'll find out. Might see them. Can't miss the W900s. Can't miss them. I go to truck shows all the time, go to rodeos, participate in rodeo. My aunt does. She likes to ride horses in the rodeos, and she wins too. Oh yeah, Grizz. Yeah, I can definitely see that. You know, the booze will definitely be consumed. Colorado Kool-Aid, son. What is the best state, place to live and work in there? Oh man, that can vary. Depends on your profession, really. Depends on your profession. You know, depends on what you're into, like general labor, dentistry, RN, surgeon, you know, plumber, carpenter, truck driver. Depends on what your profession is. If I send you a picture of the semi truck. I'm trying to figure out where you could, Jason, or JJ. You can send it. Ain't no mods in here right now, so they don't have my information. Text might be here. I don't know if he has it. But you can send it. Send a picture. I think you can send it through email or something. If you had Discord, but I don't know how you can find my Discord. My moderators have it all. I need to write this stuff down. But you can send a picture of it to my email at gunnerfan2017@gmail.com. Yeah, no problem. I wish I could help you out on what state, what profession you're referring to, because really in America you can't go wrong in any state. Just about anybody. Just about. Unless you're in the plains or something. You know, unless you're in like North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, stuff like that. That's states you probably don't want to go to and try to be successful. But I'm sure you could. I'm sure that, they got gas stations and stuff. I'm sure they got a factory or a lumber yard somewhere. I'm sure, if you're into the medical industry, you can get a nursing job at a hospital in Billings, Montana. You get the picture. If you want to make really good money, you're a general laborer, you can go to North Dakota or Texas and work in the oil fields and make some bank, or you can get down on the coastal line and go out and shrimp boats and make bank. Or you can go down to like Fort Walton Beach, Florida, and talk to a company there and go out on an oil rig out in the Gulf of America and be a chef and make some good money. It just depends. It all depends on what you do. what your profession is, what your industry is. Coors beer was the Colorado Kool-Aid, was it? Yeah, but yeah, Coors got the Rockies on it. I like Coors though, I do. I like Coors Light. But I think it was Johnny Paycheck, the Colorado Kool-Aid. I ain't heard that song, man, in a very long time. I probably ain't heard that song since I was 11-year-old, 12-year-old. At night, all you see is orange lights. Show truck, work truck, yeah, that's how a lot of those truck shows are. They're show trucks, work trucks. I ain't never been to one myself. And I'm not a big person to like just go look at something, you know what I mean? It'd be alright if it's like, hey, you want to drive this? Like, yeah, absolutely. To go look at nice stuff, you know. Look at it like, man, I wish I had that. Maybe one day I will have it. You never know. Who knows? Remember, you know, tonight's the Powerball drawing, so, you know, if you're into that, disclaimer, be responsible if you're gambling. And this is all entertainment purposes only, so go out and buy you a $2 Powerball ticket. You might wake up a multi-millionaire tomorrow. Who knows? You never know. You'll know if you don't play, though. Definitely ain't gonna win then. Unless somehow you walk outside and the Powerball ticket flying through the air and somebody lost it and landed right in your hand as you're stretching. Like, oh my God, this is the Powerball winning numbers. Just fell right in my hand. Fell right in my hand. Big wheels keep on rolling. Sounds good, thanks, yeah. Those are 5 trophies. Yeah, see, my uncle and them was at the Louisville truck show. Probably seeing our trucks. You know, Gunner, since you said that, that's mean you gotta get your payout on that too. Whoever hits it, you gotta pay Gunner. That makes sense, yeah. You know, like the state should be paying me. Like, hey, these guys talking about the Powerball. You know, tell people, asking people to play if they want to, because you know, and play responsibly. Yeah, so the state should be like, here, Gunner, anybody wins, he gets a cut of the pie. Advertising state Powerball, but it's for entertainment purposes only. Play responsibly. You know, don't have $1,000 in your savings and go out and spend it. Do not do that. Play it responsibly. Go out and just buy a ticket. $2. That's all it costs. $2. Now, if it's all the $2 you got, obviously, don't do it. But I guess, you know, you don't get paid till Friday. You know, you got $2. I mean, what you got to lose? You know what I mean? Gotta go get some shut-eye. All right. Drive safe, brother. I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, make sure you get plenty of proper rest tonight. Sleep is the key to tomorrow's success. Yes, Jason, you can play the Powerball there. Yeah, you just, if you win, you told me just, I mean, $1 million would be all right. Even 500,000. I mean, even 100,000 would be all right. I mean, I'd be grateful for 20,000. I mean, shoot, like, I'm grateful for everything. It's, you know, like, if somebody just like, here, I'm gonna send you $1. I'm grateful for it. Here's 1 penny. I'm grateful. I'm grateful for everything, man. I've seen the bottom of the pit. I've seen where there's nobody around. It's just you. I've seen the dark side of everything. I'm grateful. Hello. And you were begin to say your name. Looks like it's got the word John in it. Man, we have been doing some trucking. All right, Florida coming up soon. Takes a minute to drive through Georgia. Feels like it's taking all day. It takes 6 hours to drive from Miami to the Georgia border. Might take just a hair over 6 hours. I've done it many times. Sounds about right. Well, it takes me, well, no, I don't know. It takes me like 9, I can't remember now. I checked it out on the GPS on the phone. It said it was 9 hours and something, just outside of Knoxville, from Knoxville, Tennessee, from there to Orlando, Florida. We are 3 hours away. I lived in just south of Fort Wayne, Indiana. I left at like 2 or 2:30, somewhere between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. in the morning, me and the family, and we drove down to Gainesville, Florida. Stayed the night in a hotel to visit someone. Then drove down into Tampa, stayed a couple of nights with some of the old ladies people. And then we drove over to Daytona and stayed there for 8 days. And then I drove from Daytona all the way back up to Indiana. I don't remember how long it took, but man, it's a drive. But if you got to go on long journeys like that, you got to get to bed early. If you got a 13-hour drive, like tomorrow, you should have been in bed like 3 hours ago. 13, 14-hour drive. And you should be getting up around 1, 2 o'clock in the morning and have the car ready. Wake up, have a cup of coffee, kind of wake up real quick, double check the house, make sure you got everything, take the chargers, go to the car and go. Because then, if you left at, got up at 1, left at 2, two to 2 is 12 hours. Yeah, so 6 p.m. you get to your destination for a 14-hour drive. If you've done it right. That's just stopping long enough to get fuel, walk in the store, get back out to your car, use the bathroom real quick, get back in your car and shag it on down the road, So if it's 14 hours, to say you get there about 6 p.m., you probably get there, if you do it right, you'll be there about 7:30. You always want to add, an hour to 2 hours. Depends on how you can drive, though. If you can drive like me in a car or a truck, you can drive it until it runs out of fuel and you pull in, get gas, go in the store, relieve yourself. Maybe grab a cup of coffee, something to drink, or whatever, some snack on, get out to the car and go. And all them flags. In Florida. They got them flying, don't they? Look at it. That wasn't there last time I was here. Not like that anyway. It wasn't that long ago either. Yeah, it's about right. That's one thing about trucking, you can, depending on where I'm at, if I'm, with you or whatever, I can tell you okay, look, I'm gonna go to Florida, depending on where you're at, I can about, you're like, how long is it from there to there? I'll be like 9 hours and 15 minutes. It'll be like 9 hours and 22 minutes. That's, trucking, you can guess the time by the distance. Like, okay, well, we're here, it's there, you're going there, it's going to take this long. Then, you got to add in stops. Just got to keep driving. Cars today can get 700 miles to a tank, 640 miles. I do it, Jason. Same thing. Tampa, 270 mile, or 207 miles, I said 70. I don't like driving in the dark, so if I can be on the road by 7 a.m. Yeah, go take the scenic route, get some supper, go take the scenic route, go off out through there in the woods somewhere. I ain't taking I-4. I'm gonna go through the woods, go see Howie in the hills. Subscribe, yo. Come hang out tomorrow. Have some conversation. They greatly appreciate it. It's free. Not like I'm asking you to donate. But you can if you want. You can do what you want. I ain't your master. You got free will. Here's your sign, driver. Cause I'm a hammer down. Lord knows I'm a hammer down. Hopefully I'm picking the correct lane here. I don't know if I am or not. house coming up. Lots of drivers on their brakes. Why are you on your brakes, driver? It don't matter if you're on 75 or 95, man. There's people riding in those left lanes more than any other state. What's he stopping for? Yeah, Florida made passed the recent law where they can drive down the road with their hazards on like that. If that guy right there in that straight truck would have been in the correct lane, we could have passed him. Which we were passing him, but we would have passed him properly, and he would have been passed properly, whatever, if he was in the correct lane, but he was in the middle lane. Hogging up the middle lane. I'm trying to see what happens here, because everything got through out of rhythm. Because people don't know how to drive. It's just that simple. Maybe he was just in the zone. I don't know. I do not know. That's how you're supposed to be passed. We got Welfare Express, it looks like, so we ain't gonna bother getting over. No, it's PTL. Marshall Truck Lines. They haul a lot of paper. Hey, Scrappy. Yeah, drive that truck real good. I drive it real good. You know, tore the paint off that blue Freightliner. Be gone, be gone. I don't know who's gone, him or me. Chicken house coming up, ag station, son. Alright, what's this cat doing? What are you doing, bro? Why are you over there doing 55 mile an hour in the middle lane, son? Come on. That's all we do, Scrappy. We get her done. Where's Rod Stewart? If you want my body and you think I'm X, come on, sugar, let me know. If you really need me, just reach out and touch me. Come on, baby, let it show. Driving a straight truck, you're supposed to be over here too now. What's he doing? Look at him going, just blown by the scale. Look at him. Oh, wait, they're giving bypasses. Oh, wow. What is going on here? Oh, wow. Okay, that don't never happen. Yeah, rolling down 75 in the dark down here in Florida. Oh, that wasn't the ag one. The ag one must be next. 95 and 75 are the opposite. Oh boy, there's Swifty Swift. Look at him crawl, look at him. Would you look at it? Look, what a magnificent creature. Oh wow, best in class. Wow. Wow, it's a miracle it's still on the road, trucking down the road. It's a miracle. That's something you don't see every day. Come on, little baby, get out the way. Is it warm down there in Florida? It says it's 72 degrees outside of Live Oak, Florida. There's somebody in that right lane, little Debbie. Is that why you cruising right here? What's going on over there? They come at the ag station. Yeah, see, on 95, you hit the ag station first, then the original chicken house. On 75, it's the chicken house, then the ag house. Everybody else blows by it. I guess they think they don't need to, but every truck's supposed to come in here. They're looking for evasive species or people bringing in other species. You know, if you're hauling any type of creature, they're going to check you out right here. Just pedal down, come on, let's go, hammer down, son, hammer down. Scared you want to get in, Bessie? Come on, there you go, Bessie. If you take 75 north van and go up through Kentucky and then to Ohio through Cincinnati, then when you get to the 29-mile sticker northbound Ohio, you drive right by my house. Oh yeah, I've been by your house many times then. By the 29. I was just up there week before last, I think. Got a cruiser sitting right there. They waiting for somebody somebody to go by. Wrong person. Yeah, they had a couple of trucks in there, didn't they? So, which city do you think is the worst city to drive in? Oh man, which city? Well, there's probably multiple ones. Knoxville, Tennessee is one. Cincinnati is one. About all of them, really. But some of the worst: Knoxville, Nashville, Atlanta, Cincinnati. I would say Miami, but Miami's hit and miss. And usually it's pretty good through Miami. Goodness gracious, dude. Why's your bright lights on? Can't see anything. Whatever. Winging it. Here we go. Houston, Texas can be pretty bad. And then it can be like bad, but you still at least go, you know. Hey, bro. I mean, you can't really just pick one. And New York City just varies. I mean, generally speaking, just going straight through and going across the George Washington Bridge and all that, and into Jersey City, usually ain't that bad. Now it's when you got to go into the city. I mean, depends on where you're going. I've not had a bad experience in New York City. Oh yeah, the worst. I'd say my worst. If I had to pick one, this just came to me. It would be Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Baton Rouge is the absolute worst, I think. Because that's where every time I go through Baton Rouge, it's a disaster. I mean, whoever laid out that city, maybe it worked in that time, but it don't work now. God, the headlights are bright. believe that's just, Lee County's just west of me, if I ain't mistaken. I've been over there. Yeah, I think it's 50 or something goes through Lee County. Or 52, something like that. Yeah, in a KW 900, 18-speed manual. Do something, so I can do something. No trust. I don't know if anybody's posted up to here or not. I ain't sitting behind him. I ain't doing that. I don't see nobody in the middle right there. Yeah, ain't nobody in the middle. I'll tell you how you can see in the dark. So if you're driving down the road like we're doing right now, you know how they sit in the middle, and if you want to see them, one thing you gotta have good eyesight, and that's how I can tell you so early that there's nobody sitting there. But the other reason how I can tell you there was nobody sitting there from so far back in the dark is because I'm watching the headlights on the other side of the road. So if there's anything there, the headlights will briefly disappear for a split second, and I can tell you if somebody's sitting there or not. Might be a Pete Nuts and Kenworth, the W900. What's this cat doing? What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? Goodness, drivers, look at you. Look at you. His heel. Oh, this is crazy right here. This is... I wish it wasn't Pete. We're gonna have to do something. I can't stand these middle lane drivers. That time I just had to go off the eyesight. Get in that right lane, but that's prime right there, so no sooner than I get completely in that lane, I'll just have to get right back over and pass it. Nobody sitting in the middle there either. Again, had to go off eyesight. Nobody there. Skylar, we ain't stopped yet. We're south of Live Oak, Florida. About 100 miles from where I'm gonna jump off and go through the woods. I'm stop somewhere and get me some dinner somewhere before I go through the woods. I'm gonna take a detour, go the scenic route. Got to see all the beautiful darkness across the state of Florida. Driver, what are you doing over here? Oh man, I just come to check out the darkness over here. Looks pretty. Looks very pretty over here. It's real dark. It's real pretty. It beats the big road, man. Good music, you can't roll with it because it's all, you get copyright strikes. So you got to play music that's non-copyright. But I mean, I guess I could try and look into doing that. I get some people like it, and I think some people would rather hear me talk, have a conversation. But I guess you could still do that with music playing, you know. But I mean, I think there might be a lot of people that don't like that non-copywritten music. They want to hear like AC/DC or George Jones, you know, Bryan Adams, Luke Combs, you know, but you can't play that kind of music. You can't play the good stuff. But maybe one day, yeah, or Led Zeppelin. Can't play Led Zeppelin. I like Led Zeppelin. I'll have some grudge. Led Zeppelin. Audio Slave. Yeah, you can't play that stuff. As long, if it was not like under license, you could. But I don't own the rights to the license. And if I was big enough on YouTube, I could buy it and play it. But it costs money, and money that I ain't got. So if I'm not on a live, yeah, I play music, yeah. But I can't do it on a live stream. It has to be non-copyrighted music. Stuff that you probably never heard. And it's very unfortunate. Maybe if I ever got gigantic on YouTube and had like 12 million subscribers or something, I could buy the licenses and play Leonard Skinner, Audio Slave, AC/DC, Led Zeppelin, George Jones, Waylon Jennings, you know, Bob Dylan. But unfortunately I can't. Winter BOGO. I probably did. I don't remember. I was just saying, I was rambling on about all kinds of stuff. Be safe and stay hydrated. What you drink, Sparkles. Appreciate you, Sparkles. You have a good night, Sparkles. Pleasant tomorrow, absolutely. Some Snoop Doggy Dogg or nothing. Dr. Dre, Biggie. You play nothing. Besides, I was walking down the road, had a soda pop in my hand, saw a kitty cat run across the road. Motorcycle slid, wiped out, avoiding it. You know. CWT, how's the live look in the dark though? From y'all's perspective, it looks kind of like, man, you can't really see nothing but just lights, white lines, white stripes. I'm sure it's way better during the days. Can't see much in dark time. When the lights go down in the city and the sun shines on the bay, do I wanna be there in my city? Oh, whoa. So you think you're lonely? Well, my friend, I'm lonely too. I wanna get back to my city by the bay. I definitely don't sound like no Steve Perry. I am already aware of it. Let's hit 140 likes, showing 138. Yeah, I ain't going to text. I'll tell you what, I'll probably just end this live in a second and go check it out. Because it's dark, you can't see squat really. You can just see lights. You know, what if I zoomed in? What's it look like if I zoom in? So yeah, it looks like crap, you know. No matter what you do at nighttime, lives are not as good as during the daytime. Alright, y'all. Well, I guess we're going to end it right here. I night makes it look kind of funny. Oh no, maybe y'all see a little different nowadays. But we had a long run today, like 7 hours or something. Yeah, like I had oh yeah, we've been running it. Well, for a while I had a lot of time on my clock, and now I don't. So yeah, Tex, I guess we'll end it here. You know, thank the 138 people that smacked that like button. Y'all probably seeing 139. I have no idea. It'd be nice if we hit 140 real quick. But on my end, it says 138. And what was that? I think there was something up there. I have no idea. Just hammer down. Forget about it. Let's go. Yeah. So we'll do this again tomorrow. Take you through Howie in the Hills during the daytime. Howie in the Hills. Alright, y'all, so well, Tex, I'll try to check that out here shortly when it's feasible. And y'all smack the like button, smack, smack, smack. Two more times. 138, get on my nerves. It'll be alright, I appreciate it. Alright, God is king, yo. I love you in the most masculine way possible. Hope to see y'all back here tomorrow. God bless America. It's checkout time.